To part 2 of the Daytona 500.
That aggressive this early.
And Truex involved in that. Not a lot of damage. Our defending NASCAR champ, and that is your Outback race pick. Don't forget the free Bloomin' Onion on Monday as Kevin Harvick should place in the top 10. Kevin Harvick currently is in the top 10, running 5th. To block or not to block? That's been a discussion point. Speed weeks here. Drivers have to assess. A little too early for that kind.
Well, that's the opinion on that, Rick. And the cars were all over the back straightaway. Some great jobs of driving, making it through there. Keep in mind, Martin Truex right in the middle of it. Michael McDowell as well. And then William Byron went sliding through the crash. Can they rally? Can they rebound from a near miss and get a chance to win Daytona? I'll be watching closely.
Daytona 500 favorite Brad Keselowski running 4th currently. Fords have 7 of the top 10 spots. Let's rejoin Darrell, Jeff, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. Ryan Blaney in his first ride for Team Penske. He moved over from satellite team the Wood Brothers, and his spot there was taken by Paul Menard, who sits right behind Blaney in the 21.
That's 3 really Penske cars, if you want to look at it that way. You got the 12, the 21, and the 2. The 21 is a satellite team, so to speak. So Penske cars look pretty racy today. Fords have looked racy down here all week, but those 3 cars really look good right now. And of course, Harvick's right there, and so is Almirola. So you got a lot of good Fords all lined up.
Lapping past Mark Thompson in the 66.
Yeah, you know, DW, you talk about those Fords, and we saw last year on the restrictor plate racetracks, their package of the downforce, the drag, and the horsepower just seems to suit these tracks so well.
90 laps complete, 30 to go in this stage. How about a good old Fox NASCAR Daytona 500? Crank it up.
Still middle 78. You're clear low 78 middle behind you. Still middle.
William Byron against the wall coming through turn number 4. We stay green. Not sure how much damage to that number 24.
Got a few more.
About 6 more cars to get by him. 24 up on the high side.
Bubba Wallace, yeah, I don't know. Don't think whatever Bubba coming up didn't seem to have anything to do with it. I think he just blew maybe a right front tire. Maybe some of that damage that team tried to fix, he just couldn't quite clear those fenders.
Darren, looks like we have a flat tire coming to you.
Now he's got to make it another 2 miles around to get to pit road.
Yeah, at that speed, we're going to see some debris.
Caution for debris on the back straightaway that came off William Byron's car. It comes at lap 93.
Yeah, Jeff, I got to believe that might be a product of some of that damage he had earlier. And I don't think Bubba had anything to do it. Bubba was moving up, but I think at that tire...
Bubba didn't. I thought at first that Bubba came up, but no, that didn't have anything to do with it.
Larry Mack, I saw you had your crowbar in hand about to pry open that pit window.
Yeah, Mike, if we'd have stayed green, all of the drivers that pitted back on lap 52, 53, right in there, they were going to have to pit somewhere between lap 100 and 105. They will pit this caution here. But a lot of those drivers, which would start with Chase Elliott that pitted on lap 64, they were going to go to be between 110 and 115. These cautions right here, if you're thinking about winning stage 2 and stage points, you can get there without stopping. I think we'll see another possible mixed bag of stops.
Larry, as far as these stops are concerned, you got one less crew member, and do these teams have a lot of confidence in being able to make a quick stop or even risk a 4-tire stop under these new rules.
Mike, I think if you're not worried about winning stage 2, you pit and you want 4 fresh Goodyear tires because we've had a long green flag run here. And Jeff, I think what's going on with locking the front tires up, the front splitter's going down and hitting the pit road, making the front tires light, and it's sliding the front tires.
Oh, good point.
Pit road's open, Vince.
The 12 of Ryan Blaney comes in. It's going to be left sides only for Blaney, who pitted from the lead. Jamie?
Menard driving for the Wood Brothers this year says he's a little free on entry. The car has been really good. They work on the left side, Matt.
Kowski and Harvick, third and fourth, both saying their cars are on the free side. Both have been working their track bar adjusters. Hasn't really helped with Harvick as much as it's helped the 2 of Keselowski.
There's your race off pit road, led by Ryan Blaney. All right, who is NASCAR's king of stage wins?
Mark Truex Jr.
Truex.
Who's our new leader?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, not Truex.
He stayed out.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Martin Truex Jr., who rode stage wins all the way to Homestead to contend and be one of the 4 drivers to race for the championship and win it, is out front. He did not pit under this caution flag. Let's take a look at today's Driving Trust presented by Midas.
Mike, this is the little team that couldn't won 8 races last year, and it's driver Martin Truex Jr., crew chief Cole Pern, you see right there, and owner Barnard Visser. And you see right there, based out of Denver, Colorado, people said there's no way that will ever work, but I love that right there. The last 60 races, 12 wins, the next closest team, 6 wins, doubled the wins of the next closest team, but Vince Welch, they're not interested in winning stages.
No, they want to win a championship. They want to win a championship just like they want to win a championship just like they did a year ago. But even though they won that title, it was a tough year, 2017. Martin Truex Jr.'s girlfriend, Sherry Pollux, continued her battle with cancer. Crew chief Cole Pern lost his best friend, Jacob Damon, who passed away unexpectedly. And a team member, Jim Watson, had a heart attack and died on one of the race trips. Team owner Barney Visser suffered a heart attack and missed the team's championship clinching night in Miami. All these challenges brought the team together, made them stronger, made the championship sweeter. But as Cole Pern told me today, the championship was great, but no victory was worth the losses they suffered in 2017.
Thanks, Vince. Great to see Barney Visser back at the racetrack and healthy here in Daytona. He's created himself quite a race team and has a championship to show for it. There's the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. Those big letters right behind our camera say Kentucky. That's where those Camrys are built.
Oh, I thought they were celebrating the Wildcats.
What's going to get interesting here, he has 30 more laps on his tires than all those that have pitted around him. We're going to find out just how good that team is.
Kyle Larson has served a penalty on this stop for too many men over the wall. He'll start out back and be the 28th car on the lead lap as we come back to green. Sellout crowd watches as they address themselves to the green flag. Back underway in Daytona. That's Clayton Hughes, Truex's spotter in the lead.
In line with you now. He's looking high, looking low, right there inside. He didn't. Nobody went with him there.
One common theme we've seen this week is Ryan Blaney only wants to lead.
I knew they got that 78 car run a little bit better. I know they got a little speed in it, but not a match for that 12 car. Blaney is out front. Guy that's worked his way in the picture here pretty nice, that 9 car, Chase Elliott. I think the longer the runs are, Mike, the better. He just has a good handling car, and you really see it as we get near the end of a long run.
Ryan Blaney out in front. Huge Star Wars fan. Described himself on social media as an aspiring Jedi.
Jet propelled today, I can tell you that.
Seems to have the force on his side as well.
He's doing it.
Kevin Harvick coming up the inside.
Push from the 78 Martin Truex to the rear bumper. Chase Elliott. Chase doesn't need any more pushes. Look at the rear bumper on that car. Somebody has almost beat it completely off the race car.
They get the back of these things any lower, they'll be hitting them in a spoiler.
Riding with Harvick at third place, even with Elliott, behind Blaney and Keselowski. Now Harvick has Trevor Bayne and Paul Menard lined up right behind him. Boy, the Roush car's running well. Bayne in 6th and Ricky Stenhouse in 10th right now, Regan.
Yeah, both of the 6 and 17 cars, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Trevor Brain, took left side tires only. Larry McReynolds, my question to you is, could they be setting up to not take left sides for the rest of this race?
Well, I think they're setting up to definitely next stop, Regan, maybe only go with right sides, because we know right now in 20 laps there's going to be a caution. And you're going to need to pit under that caution for fuel. So I think that's probably the biggest thing they're setting up for is right sides only the next time to pit road, probably at lap 120.
I think it's a military thing. Left, right, left, right.
Absolutely.
Lap 120 will be the end of stage 2. Ryan Blaney came up to the top lane to cover the spot and prevent Chase Elliott's number 9 from advancing. Big push coming from Elliott and Keselowski. Contact! Elliott slam into the wall.
Are you kidding me?
Danica Patrick, Casey Kane.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
You all right? Yeah, I'm good.
Ooh. Took the wind out of Chase Elliott.
Yeah, that was
Elliott, Kane. Here's
violent.
Danica Patrick and Kevin Harvick.
Man, Mike,
all
these
this
guys,
blocking going on.
Well, it's at the end of these stages, and everybody, I mean, it's like all of a sudden everybody says, I want to win a stage.
And Keselowski, the pre-race favorite, has the right front torn off of his car, as does David Reagan. Chase Elliott climbs out. Part of running in the draft is having that big push from behind. Sometimes push comes to shove.
So watch how all this materializes. That's turns 1 and 2. You can see some shuffling already going on between Chase Elliott and the block from Ryan Blaney. Now here comes a big run. The 2's going to get to the rear bumper. He's being pushed by Truex. He gets to the rear bumper of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Last second, from at least from that big hit. And you see Keselowski got down on the apron and turned him around. So it looked like the 9 went to block the 2 because he was going to make a move.
Low. Go high.
Harvick just gets clipped by the 2 of Keselowski.
Check up. Get up. Come on. Check up inside. Just inside. Watch him slide across. You're good, low. Keep coming. Hit the bottom. Watch him hit the bottom.
How many amazing close calls has Alex Bowman already had this year?
Vicious hit for Chase Elliott. We'll update that in a minute as pit road is open. Ryan Newman led about a dozen of them down pit road, Matt.
A lot of debris on the racetrack. Alex Bowman on pit road. He got doored on both sides of the race car earlier, but they didn't really see any kind of damage. He was concerned about that. Jackman, Dustin Lineback, a little bit of a trip there coming around to the left side. He signals, we're good to go.
Right rear damage to Kevin Harvick. The sheet metal disconnected from the chassis there, and Clint Boyer, they're going under the hood on his Ford. Chase Elliott gets turned around and around, and it's mayhem. Turn 3. Monster brought the action. Casey Curry hit the pavement and showed off in his Baja Trophy truck for the fans. Monster Smoke Show. Well, it's been quite a show here on Daytona International Speedway. Now, Ryan Blaney had a great view of that in his mirror and had a little question afterwards.
I'm sure that's my fault somehow, but I didn't block that much. I just kind of changed maybe what my aim, but I don't know. I think the 9 was pretty aggressive there, trying to get down and make a move when he could have just been a little more patient for a while.
I totally agree.
You know, we've seen where blocking has played a role in some of these incidences. And then 1 and 2, Ryan put a pretty big block. But as they got down to turn 3, I look more at the momentum the 9 had and the 2 had. And that last move, as Chase Elliott sees the 2 is going to go to the inside of him. And that, to me, is what got him turned around. Hard to see from that angle.
I just think Keselowski went up there and he got that good push. He got the push from this. I think the 78 was behind him. He dives down. He's going to, and Chase sees him and tries to block him.
Yeah, the 2 starts to make a move. The 9 reacts. They make contact.
It's on from there.
Both of them around.
I know where that lucky horseshoe is that Kevin Harvick used to have. It's riding in Trevor Bayne's fire suit. He narrowly misses another one. Here are the cars that were involved. Beautiful day in Daytona. A lot of cars piled up down in that Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series garage area. Casey Kane released from the Care Center. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven. And Danica Patrick checked and released in her final NASCAR start, released from the care center after being caught up in all that. Fox Sports Supports, proud to team up with Ticket to Dream and their mission to help foster kids just be kids by creating access and opportunities that allow them to discover their strengths and passion through sports and extracurricular activities. Together, creating hope for foster kids of all ages. Visit foxsportssupports.com to learn more. 107 laps complete under caution. Jamie.
And Danica Patrick has been checked and released, and certainly not the way you wanted to finish out your NASCAR career. What was it like the first half of the race for you?
Pretty decent. The car was a lot better than it was in the duel. It was a lot better in practice. So Tony Uri Jr., my crew chief, did an awesome job. The guys on the whole team did a really good job. I know we pulled this together kind of, not that long ago, a month ago, and that's a tall order to get a car ready for a super speedway that's competitive, but it was. And so I said earlier today that, I feel like the whole thing was picture perfect with GoDaddy on the car and it being that green again, but it just wasn't meant to be, I guess, today. But, I am proud that we raced the whole race, other than a little bit at the end of that first stage when it just looked silly with all the cars with no tires and tires. Other than that, we raced it, and it was competitive. So that's all you can do. I mean, that's the gamble about Daytona, is it can go so well and it can go so awful. So I'm grateful for everything. Thank you to all the fans, and still got one more. It's not a stock car, but still got one more.
We're thankful for Danica. Mike?
And that'll be the Indy 500 for Danica, NASCAR's most successful female driver ever.
Yeah, driving for Ed Carpenter. That should be a fast car.
Getting ready to go green, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex, Ford outside, Toyota inside of the front row. 13, it'll be 12 to go in stage 2, green flag.
Those two cars right there on your screen, they're hanging around the front. And if they don't have any misfortune, that guy in that 17 car, those are 3 cars that are going to be hard to beat at the end of this race. The 12, the 21, the 17, those are good cars, fast cars. And Mike, you might say at home, well, maybe these guys ought to take it easy. They don't know how to take it easy. This is what they get paid to do. Hold it wide open. That's what they get paid to do.
Well, I don't know. They had an opportunity to take it easy, DW. I mean, every time they get single file for a lap, somebody makes it too wide, trying to make a move to get the lead or get that position.
Of the cars involved in that crash, David Reagan is able to continue 1 lap down. And Brad Keselowski, time has expired on Kevin Harvick to repair his car under NASCAR's damaged vehicle policy. They have 6 minutes to make that repair on pit road and get him back out. Down to block comes Blaney on Trevor Bayne. And let's go back to that pile up and watch Brad Keselowski. Makes contact there with Chase Elliott, and then it's on. Then Keselowski spins, comes up the track, and collects Harvick into the wall. Jamie?
Well, Brad Keselowski was certainly one of the best cars in the field today. You just saw the replay. What's your take, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we wrecked at the front of the pack. Was trying to make a move underneath the 24, and he started to come down, and I just couldn't. My run was too strong. I couldn't do anything. I don't know if I made contact. It looks like I might have. I didn't think I did. It happened so fast. It's just too many moves, and the cars aren't stable enough to take that, and it just comes together, and it's just really disappointing for everybody. We're just trying to race and run off a few laps. We're not even at the end of the second stage, but I had such a run, I couldn't keep stopping. So I don't know, just really bummed for everybody at Team Penske and the Discount Tire Ford team. We had an incredible car here for Speed Weeks, and it didn't come together, and that's devastating. But we'll go to Atlanta.
2 of his teammates, though, run out front. Ryan Blaney for Team Penske and Paul Menard for the Wood Brothers.
And he was odds-on favorite to win this race. And everybody said, who's the best restrictor plate racer down here right now? Brad.
Here comes Ricky Stenhouse with Trevor Bayne, the two Roush Fords.
Did Stenhouse have to jump out of line there? It looks like he might be overheating a little bit. I thought I saw a little steam coming out of the right side of that window.
You do. Right here, some steam coming out of that baby.
It's got some damage to the nose. That could be contributing also.
And these things they don't run long. Once they get hot, hello.
There's car owner Jack Roush, noted engine tuner. Larry?
Yeah, the problem with being here at Daytona is they limit the grill opening. It can only be 2 1/4 tall by 23 open wide. What he's got to watch is the water pressure gauge.
He's coming in.
The water pressure
he's
gauge.
Coming in, Larry.
8 laps to go in stage 2. But Stenhouse, looking like a geyser there, will come to pit road. Now, Kevin Harvick has taken his car to the garage area, Matt.
Mike, Kevin Harvick's Ford team had fixed just about everything on that 4-car, pieced it back together with parts and bare bond, but he was missing one important piece that they did not have in the pit.
What was that, Matt?
Mike, that would be the door.
Oh.
It was laying down in turn 4.
Thanks. Jamie?
Chase Elliott has been checked and released. Hard hit, Chase. First off, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. It just had such a fast Napa Camaro Z01 today, and just wanted a shot there at the end, and tough circumstances. Was just trying to feel Blaney out. Let's kind of see what he was going to do, how aggressive he wanted to be, and had a big push, and just got light at the wrong time, and didn't make the right move.
Thank you.
Chase Elliott out of the 500. Big steam from Stenhouse's car on pit road. They may or may not return as the field has 4 laps to go to complete the stage. Regan?
Guys, big steam, as you said, out of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s car. They were under the hood through the left front tire trying to release the pressure from the radiator. You saw the steam get bigger when that happened. One of the best engine builders in the business, Doug Yates, was right down here on top of things, telling them what he wanted them to do.
They want to get to the end of this stage and hopefully have some time to make further repair under caution. And as the sun gets low in the west over turn number 1, the drivers, like Kurt Busch, have this view.
And that is a feel thing. You come off of turn 4, you can't really see a whole lot. You just kind of feel your way along.
Yeah, you're already trying to do your best to stay out of the wall for turn 4. Certainly doesn't help when the sun's right in your eyes, but that's part of the Daytona 500 and one of the many challenges that come along with this race.
I'm not really sure they're really worried about looking out and what's in front of them, because everyone seems to be looking out the rearview mirror, what's behind them.
But look how this race has now changed. The end of stage 2 looks like it's going to be fairly orderly. Way different from the end of stage 1.
I tell that to Joey Logano, who's down in the bottom group trying to make some passes.
Well, there's a couple of guys, Logano and Denny Hamlin, and here they are right up in the middle of things. There's Bubba up in the middle of things. I mean, you know, we still got some guys that are hungry.
Bubba Wallace drops to the inside of Stenhouse, 4th in line there. Matt?
Mike, remember Richard Petty's advice to Bubba Wallace: drive smart, don't put yourself in bad positions, and just be patient. And he's done that, and also on top of that, he has survived a lot of different incidents today. His car, though, has not been the same ever since he had that issue with the wall, and then also a little bit of a nudge on that left front fender. The car does not like to run the bottom. He prefers to kind of migrate up to the top side, Larry Mack.
When I see 3 of our top 10 drivers right now, they have all had issues early. Denny Hamlin penalized for pitting out of his box. Joey Logano was a lap down after making a green flag pit stop. And you look, Trevor Bayne had that issue as well on stop number 1. So 2 of those 3, not that many laps ago, were 1 lap down. This is a classic case. Never give up.
Amen.
And it might have been a blessing to be penalized early in this race.
You know, I was thinking about Bubba, and if Richard Petty puts his arm around you and gives you advice, I gotta tell you, better take it. The guy that did that for me, Junior Johnson. A lot of guys told me things to do, but when Junior Johnson told me something to do, I did it.
A couple iconic numbers right together, the 43 of Richard Petty Motorsports and the number 3 of Richard Childress Racing.
Car closed, a red light.
Austin Dillon. behind the wheel. Red light at pit road. 2 laps before the end of each stage. Pit road closes. 2 to go. Is Ryan Blaney going to get a stage win, or will there be a challenge here?
Well, I mean, we've seen so far where when the stage comes to an end, they seem to want to get as many points as possible. I'm wondering, did they learn from those experiences and say, hey, guys, let's calm down. You know, we still got a whole race to win. And by the way, it's a Daytona 500.
Yeah. Mike, I've been wrong 2 other times. I don't think I'll guess this time.
I think if those first 3 Fords stay single file now or on the last lap of the race, they're going to be very hard to deal with.
I know Blaney hopes they just kind of come to the to the end of the stage in the order they're running right now.
The first 4 drivers are all in new rides this year. Blaney with Team Penske, Paul Menard taking Blaney's spot at the Wood Brothers, Eric Almirola moving over to Stuart Haas, and Darrell Wallace Jr. for Richard Petty. Here comes Almirola in the 10.
How about that? Not content.
And here comes a big run from the 22 of Joey Logano to push Paul Menard.
Gosh, they get all crazy when it comes to the end of one of these stages.
And it'll be Ryan Blaney, the winner of Stage 2 for Team Penske. $120 laps and 2 stages complete. 80 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Stage-ending pit stops coming up as we celebrate Ryan Blaney's stage win.
Some won't let anything mess with their barbecue, while others just snack on it. Your shortcut to great barbecue.
Ryan Blaney has won Stage 2 of the Daytona 500. 5 Fords out front. Blaney, Menard, Logano, Almirola, and Michael McDowell. I think pit road will likely open next time around. As we wait for that to happen, let's go to Matt Yoakum down at the eBay Motors pit box.
The area affected most by NASCAR's recent efforts to level the playing field on pit road involves the impact gun. In years past, the hammer or clutch gun would turn maximum about 13,000 RPM. The Paoli lease gun maxes out at about 10,000 RPM. 3.5 pounds heavier, a little bit bulkier too, and a smaller impact socket, which means the changer has to be even more precise when he hits the lugs. What does that mean for the race fan? More excitement and drama here on pit road.
Now, pit stops are slower than they were, partly because of one less man to work on the car, and also because of the spec gun that every team at every position must use. Some teams were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on air gun research, trying to gain tenths of a second advantage. So the owners of NASCAR got together and decided we're going to have a spec air gun for everyone. Here's some Kurt Busch audio.
To the best of your guys' knowledge, how many cars don't have damage? We got 21 lead lap guys that haven't been a factor, so looking at 13 or 14 lead laps that are in pretty good shape. 10-4, thank you.
Pit road is open this time for cars that are on the lead lap, 21 of them. Vince?
Well, the 12 of Ryan Blaney far and away has led the most laps today, and he has been very pleased with the car. Crew Chief Jeremy Bullins asked him to get a little bit closer to the wall when he came into the pit box on this stop. It's going to be right sides and fuel, Jamie.
Menard taking right sides there. He's saying the balance is really good, but they got hung up on the last stop, took too much time. Meanwhile, Eric Almirola in the 10 taking 4 tires to give him options. Matt?
Nice recovery by Joey Logano and the 22 team. Right side tires only. His car over that run, tight down to turns 3 and 4. That's where it mostly showed up. Ended that stage P3.
And teammates almost got together exiting pit road as Joey Logano had to sweep around the outside of Alex Bowman and nearly collected his teammate Blaney.
He was fishtailing out of there. Watch this thing. Yeah. Come on.
We say we dial up our stage 2 winner, Ryan Blaney. Hey, Ryan, this is Jeff up at Fox Sports booth. You got me? Hey, Ryan Blaney. Jeff Gordon up here. You got me?
Hey, yeah, I got you.
Well, man, congrats on that win there for the stage. I got to tell you, this racing's been insane in this Daytona 500. Nobody seems to be content wanting to do anything other than lead. I mean, what do you see its difference leading to that this year?
I think the biggest difference is you get bigger runs with this rules package. With no right heights, I feel like your runs are so much larger that you have to go somewhere when you hit somebody, and I think that's what gives people more confidence. Our car's been really fast, which has been nice to have, but it's been crazy hard to try to control the race. As a leader, there's some really fast cars that get big runs, so it's been wild so far, and I don't really see it calming down here anytime soon.
Well, good luck with that. Thanks a lot.
Ryan Blaney, your stage 1 winner, or stage 2 winner rather, picks up a playoff point. Well done.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places.
Getting ready for the restart. It'll be 74 laps to go when they take the restart green. Ryan Blaney has elected the outside, puts teammate Joey Logano next to him, and stablemate Paul Menard right behind. How about a little restart strategy?
What do we want to do here? Or 1, 2, 3? Want to do the gate? Yeah, we were talking about that. I think he starts up top and we let him in, line us up. I guess, yeah. Pull us up and goes to the top.
Yeah, so basically what that means is he's going to start. Logano might hesitate a split second to get the Ryan Blaney car, the 12 car, out ahead of him. After they cross the start-finish line, he can come down to that inside lane.
Martin Truex had a tire violation on the pit stop, so he'll be out back. Denny Hamlin back into contention here. Clint Boyer is down a cylinder on his number 14. Running on 7. Trying to bring it home. You'll see the Geico restart zone. Blaney can take off at any time in that green area. Here we go, green flag.
Now, Blaney really didn't get the best of starts. Looked like Logano had to check up a tiny bit, but now Blaney's able to drop down in front of him. And there are those 3 Penske, well, Wood Brothers and Penske Fords all lined up.
The first Toyota is Hamlin in 4th, and the first Chevrolet is now part-time racer who now says he's down here on vacation. Brendan Gaughan from Las Vegas in a one-off start in the 62.
Probably out there driving in his flip-flops.
Denny Hamlin had other thoughts on breaking up those Fords. His Toyota is able to get to the outside of Paul Menard and get into the 3rd position.
Trevor Bayne behind him, then Ryan Newman in a Chevrolet, then Alex Bowman. Vince?
Well, the one thing about Brendan Gaughan is he feels comfortable here at Daytona. He was 11th last year in the 500, and he was 7th here in the summer in July. And I tell you what, if there's anybody that's any more relaxed than Brendan Gaughan, I don't know him. He gets in that race car, and he has a lot of fun, and he especially likes it here at Daytona. Having some more fun today for sure.
Riding with Eric Almirola, Gaughan just ahead. There goes Bubba Wallace to the outside, and Martin Truex rebounding from a penalty for a tire violation.
Hey, you know, it looks like the 3 Fords, the 12, the 22, and the 21, and now the 6 is in there, and then you got the 11. You know, he might hook up with one of his teammates and see what they can do here, because 11's fast.
Right, I was having some concerns with the 11 of Denny Hamlin. He was further back in the pack and wasn't showing much speed, wasn't making any moves to move forward. Now he's in 3rd and looks strong again.
Well, he has Martin Truex he could work with, but his teammates are either 2 laps down, Kyle Busch, or in the garage.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Brad Keselowski being the favorite. I think Denny Hamlin is equally as good as Brad Keselowski when it comes to restrictor plate racing.
How about it, Jamie?
And so far, he has overcome that penalty from the start of the race. Denny Hamlin in 3rd. He has some left rear damage from that last caution. It just pushed the fender in just a little bit, but good thing for him. They pitted. They pulled the fender out. It doesn't seem to be an issue. They took left sides on that last stop. He's happy with it.
Well, Ryan Blaney may be the leader, but right behind him are 4 former Daytona 500 winners. That experience is kicking in.
Now it is. You know, it's a long race, thrilling race.
In 4th place, boy, Trevor Bayne has dodged a couple of big ones today already, Regan.
Trevor has dodged a lot of big incidents, some close calls for him. The other thing he was asking for on this last pit stop was a tear-off. We're in that part of the day right now. We're through turns 3 and 4. The sun gets very difficult, and it's tough for these guys to see. If they don't have a clear tear-off, they can't see what's in front of them. Jeff, I know this part of the day always bothered me until we get to about another 20 laps down.
Boy, so right, Regan. And you're absolutely blind as we're riding along with Kurt Busch. I mean, he almost got in the back of that car in front of him. That sun could have played a role.
Yeah, that's Jamie McMurray just ahead.
One, I don't think it's very good either. He's got some damage here.
Austin Dillon to the inside in the 3. How about Joey Logano in 2nd place, Matt?
Mike, experience near the front. Also on top of the spotter stand, TJ Majors coming on board. And it's really been a seamless transition. He and Joey spent a lot of time together in the offseason watching old races, including last year's Daytona 500. In fact, TJ sat next to Joey, and he spotted the video that they were watching just so Joey could learn his cadence, how he describes things, including last weekend's clash, just trying to work on different small details to make this transition even better.
Every spotter is different in the way he approaches the job, certainly. 69 laps to go, race fans. Instead of going to a commercial break, we're going to go Toyota all out. Denny Hamlin has rebounded nicely from that early penalty of being over the line and servicing the car to now run in third. Martin Truex, your series champ, didn't win a stage, but he's in 9th place. He's a contender. Trevor Bayne has come to pit road and dropped out of the lead draft. Here is Kyle Busch. And a tough day for him. 2 left side tire problems for Kyle. One bringing out a caution back at lap 51. He's 3 laps down.
You know, Mike, one thing I really like what Denny Hamlin said. Remember how surprised he was how well they qualified? He said, I don't know how we could qualify that fast. We're in race trim. And that car has been fast. If he hadn't had that mistake on pit road, he'd have been right where he is right now. It just took him a while to get back there.
Started tail end with the longest line on the restart. Truex has rebounded to 8th. Denny Hamlin has Toyota's only Daytona 500 win so far by inches in 2016. Now, as we continue with Toyota All Out, we caught up with Denny Hamlin. To learn more about him.
Chase for Business is literally what it says in the name. It is Chase for Business.
Your son, my prayer is that they would call out to him right now, asking him into their hearts for the forgiveness of their sins so they can know for sure they're going to heaven when they die. Father, today we say special thanks to you for those men and women of our armed forces who sacrifice and serve so much, so often to defend the freedoms that we love. The freedom to come together, to worship, to praise you without fear of persecution, the freedom to join with friends and family at a race like today and celebrate. Father, today we also want to pray a special prayer for the family of Officer Chase Maddox, who recently lost his life serving in the line of duty. Father, we ask that you will comfort his family, that you will give them the peace that passes all understanding, your peace. Father, help us today to honor his memory here at this race. And finally, Father, we ask that you will call this nation back to you, that we will turn our faces to you once again, come humbly before you and seek your face. And Father, as a result, you would heal this land, that you would bless this nation once again. Father, give us a wonderful day today at this race. Keep us all safe. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here today to honor America with their performance of our national anthem, please welcome once again Ernie Haas and Signature Sound.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the monsters steaming air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the
Next February, the Super Bowl will be in Atlanta. Today, the Super Drivers of NASCAR. After a weather delay, we're ready to roll in Atlanta.
What was that, the wind or it's raining?
The AC unit, I think.
Yeah, the AC. Because it was snowing a little bit today, right?
It's crazy. It was 89 last week.
I lived in Dallas. It's the same.
Yeah, you get it.
They say in Texas, you don't like the weather, come back tomorrow.
Sure.
It'll be different.
They said it'd be totally different tomorrow.
Welcome back to Mind the Game, brought to you by Uninterrupted and Wondery. This is another conversation with Luka Doncic, centered around the study he commissioned through his foundation called Inside Youth Basketball. Stick around to the end of the episode where I'll talk a little bit more about why I'm on Luka's Athletes Council, why it's important to me, and how we can all help improve the landscape of youth basketball. Learn as much as you can, just as I have, and enjoy this episode of Mind the Game. You know, one of the things nowadays is that it's an arms race. My kid's got to get ahead. You know, it's like we saw Tiger Woods with a perfect swing on Johnny Carson at 2 years old, and we think that every kid's got to be great, you know, early. You know, I started playing at 13. I didn't get into the league till I was 22. Wasn't really great or a good player until like late 20s.
Bullshit,
you know,
but okay, it's okay.
But it's, you know what I mean? No, like, I feel like the pressure on the parents is that your kid's got to be a early adopter. They got to be better early, when really, like, we all develop at our own rate, right?
Yeah.
You can still be great.
That's social media too, because you're seeing everything right now. You're seeing everything over there. Like when we were growing up, our parents didn't know if this kid had a trainer or if this kid was doing. You didn't really see that shit.
Yes.
You know, our parents only knew that. Okay, this is you want to play soccer? Okay, cool. You want to play football? Okay, cool. You want to do something else now? You don't want to do it? Okay, relax. It was not like. We see this kid, he's being trained 5 days a week. Oh shit, well, if my kid's not being trained 5 days a week, he's not gonna make it.
Right.
It wasn't, we didn't see that.
And now it's not the kid's journey.
Right.
It's the parents' journey. Whereas when you were growing up, you're thinking, Randy keeps pushing me left. I hate that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna learn to go left, right? And now it's just you and him know that we're in this little battle every day, all summer. Instead of it's on social media, parents are talking about it, coach. You know what I mean? It's like this high performance thing. I'd love to know from you what the transition was. So you played a lot of informal basketball growing up, other sports. You're on the playground, outside school. What was it like when you went to Madrid? 13 years old?
13.
Real Madrid.
Yeah. I mean, it was a difficult decision, honestly. First, I didn't know the language yet. I know a little bit, just like, hello, how are you? But then nobody spoke my language. I was learning a little bit of English, so I knew a little bit. But it was hard. So that's basically then when almost everything moved to basketball. I was playing a little bit soccer because I used to go with the players that were there, soccer players. We went to the same school, so we used to play a little bit, but they were soccer players, so I couldn't do nothing. But it was a lot, you know. I think first 2-3 months I almost didn't spoke to anybody, you know. But that's how I learned Spanish so quickly. And after that, it was an amazing journey, man.
Yeah.
It was something that changed my life for better.
How long was you there for? How long was you in Madrid for?
7 years.
That's amazing.
Yeah, wow.
That's incredible.
6 years.
13 to 19?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
6 years.
Yeah. And what was the structure like in Madrid? So like you go there as 13 years old, you're in a dorm, you're with a family?
Yeah, it wasn't a dorm. My first 3 years, they were building a new dorm. Yeah. We were in the dorm of the school. So it was 3 people per room. It was very small.
Don't speak Spanish?
Don't speak Spanish. I had a Brazilian guy, I think. Can't remember. I can't remember who I was with because we always changed. But first it was cool. So first year, but then we went to a nice. Then Real Madrid built his own dorm. It was super nice. It was like living in the hotel. So
nice.
That was different.
And how was the day? Like, did you go to practice then school, or school then practice? What was the day like?
Yeah, it was. We started at 7:30, something like that. To 8:30 we had practice. And then from 9:15 to 5:30 was school.
9:15 to 5:30?
Yeah.
No wonder you're so smart.
Thank you. And then from 6 to 9 was practice. So
6 to 9?
Yes. On Wednesday we didn't have practice, but every other day, and then Saturday, Sunday games.
Well, that's a good point because, I feel like here, and you can attest this, LeBron is like, we play a lot of games.
Yeah, it's different than Europe.
Yeah, explain the difference. Like, I think the AAU stuff has gotten where it's showcase, game.
Yeah.
Whereas it feels like, I don't think Real Madrid's unique in this way, that in Europe in general, you're practicing more than you're playing.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I would still say Real Madrid is unique.
Okay, no offense. Madrid is Madrid. It's great. Okay, we get it.
Yeah.
But I think, like, in Slovenia, you're not playing 5 games a week.
Yeah, no, it's the same. I think the whole Europe is the same. We didn't play that much. It's the same. On the weekends, it's only game 2, maybe even 1.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of practice, but I love practice. We had a lot of skill set first, but that was like half an hour, 45 minutes.
Fundamentals.
Yeah.
Skills.
Just to warm up, and then we would play. We would play, but there's a lot of different exercise playing. It's not just 5-on-5, 3-on-3. It's advantage, 4-on-3, 2-on-3. It's just
learning to read.
Yeah.
Learning to react. Like, that was an emphasis in Europe.
Yes.
That's the biggest difference.
Yeah.
Between youth basketball in Europe and America is that it's the development skill, the fundamentals are not expressed. It's like just play. Just play, and a lot of guys and a lot of kids are not developing their skill. They're not developing the fundamentals. Like he just said, there was times during practice that it was all about, advantage basketball, 4-on-3, 3-on-2. If I can create 2 on the ball, then I know we have a numbers advantage. Instead of reading the game that way, a lot of kids think, when we grew up, if I have 2 on the ball, then I have to figure out a way how to get around this guy or split the double team. I still have to be able to score, and
really
that is just, it stops you from reading the game.
Yep.
And you can make it through grade school playing that way. You can make it through high school. You can make it through college. And some guys figure out a way to even make it through the NBA. But as far as how to be great,
right,
to be great and transcendent and being able to inspire your teammates, inspire yourself, inspire your family, inspire the game.
Yeah.
Being able to be on that wavelength, and I think that's the kind of different, the difference between how they grow up in Europe teaching the game and how we, teach the game here. I think it's a lost art here.
This episode is sponsored in part by American Express. American Express knows that for an obsessive basketball fan like me, the playoffs mean a lot of travel time. Between broadcasting games and catching up with old teammates, I'm on the road almost every week, from Boston to LA and everywhere in between. After all these years, I've learned that the journey is as important as the destination. That's why I've always tried to find a spot to stretch, grab a coffee, and get my mind right before heading over to the arena. Fortunately, there's a card that makes every part of that journey better. With Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and flights booked through AmexTravel.com on up to $500,000 on flight purchases per year. Plus, you get access to the Centurion Lounge, which makes travel that much more enjoyable. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/travel. And now a word from our sponsor, DraftKings. Over to you, Jason.
With DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, you're not just watching history, you're betting on it. Now's your shot to get in on the action. Player props, game lines, live bets. This is playoff betting at its finest. New to DraftKings? Bet just $5, and if your bet hits, you'll cash in with $300 in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code MIND. That's code MIND for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Minimum minus 500 odds required. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
It goes back a little bit to your point about this competitive pressurized system where it's about the kid showing how good he is instead of making the right plays, making the game simple. Something you guys have done naturally, and it's probably not all natural. You've learned because you had good coaching along the way to make the right play. Like you can make a spectacular play, but make the right play more times than not. Like they're going to put 2 on you guys. And if you go against the 2 all the time, you're not always going to have success. Whereas if you make the right decision, like you said, you empower your teammates, you make them feel better, you make the game easier for yourself. It feels like that's different in Europe because coaches aren't all about this kid's going to raise my profile. It's like our team has got to learn to play together. Did you feel that at Madrid where it's about, of course, we want to develop Luka, but we want to develop a team here that knows how to play the right way?
Yeah, definitely. Especially when I was say about 15, I had a coach that was hard. It was hard on me, hard on everybody.
Yeah.
Like from 1 to 12, he did the same thing to everybody. It wasn't like just one person. So that's really when I started to playing like. When I was 15, I started my first practices with the first team. I was scared. I was nervous. But at some point you get used to it. So I debuted when I was 16. I was shaking. I still remember the moment. But I think in Europe, like watching EuroLeague now, watching EuroLeague before, it just like it's more about the team. Team-wise, teamwork. But it's different rules in the NBA. I always said that. When I said it's easier to score in the NBA, it's because it's just different rules. You have a lot of more spacing. You have more minutes. It's 8 more minutes. Anything happen in 8 minutes. So it's just because of that. Like in Europe, you get a big guy like, for example, like Eddie Tavares. He plays in Madrid. He's just standing in the paint. Like he can stand in the paint. He's 220. It's hard to score.
Yeah.
Like it's impossible. Here you can't do that because it's 3-second violation.
Yeah. Again, I mean, the NBA is trying to make it as entertaining as possible too, right? So the game's slightly different than in Europe, where it's still maybe the roots of the game are still there. But it is like it's an interesting point to think about the way our kids grow up learning the game, the culture around the game, and that difference is really important. I think you see it so often, just the thought process. And unfortunately, I think there's something to be said for that creeping into the system and the parents too. Right? They're worried about their kids' position here. Let me make a comment that I have to part of this too, but my generation of parents, being 51 now, the last kind of 20, 25 years of parenting, we've been all over our kids, trying to protect them. You just mentioned you had a coach that was all over you.
Yeah.
My high school coach, college coach, all my coaches were all over me. Your high school coach was on you.
Yep.
Like he's not putting up with, poor decisions, not playing the right way. That has become so hard nowadays because of the commercialization.
Yeah.
So whether it's a skills trainer, an AAU coach, you don't feel one, that your business can suffer losing the kid. So it's not as frequent that we're going to tell the kid the truth and be tough on them all the time.
Because you're afraid they're going to leave.
And in college too.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? And now for money.
Right.
You get on the street for a few more bucks.
But at some point, I think you need that.
You got to have it.
Yeah.
Or I'll say it's a disservice to our kids because we have to let them suffer and struggle, right? And feel that pressure that's going to make you better, not the pressure that's going to make you not love the sport.
Yeah. I've never got involved with my kids' coaches.
That's for them.
From Bronny growing up to where he is now, and Bryce, on his way to Tucson, to Arizona. I've never got involved. I've never went to a practice and sat through practice the whole time and see how my son was being utilized. I never got on the phone with the coaches. Listen, he's there. Coach my son. Coach him however you want to. And I think you need to hold him accountable. I hope you hold him more accountable than any other kid here. You know, and say what the fuck you need to say, no matter how it's being said, because sometimes it's not. If you could just take the message, and not about how he said it, just take the message out of it. You know, I think that builds character as well. You know, and I think it's part of the reason why they are where they are at their stages in their lives. You know, babying your kid and always, you know, thinking that your kid is this and thinking your kid is that, and not allowing coaches to coach them or not allowing people to be hard on them. And as soon as a coach or someone says something to them, you pull them and go somewhere else, or, you know, or as soon as someone says something bad about your kid, you're the first person to go talk in his face. It's like, all right, you fucking go coach him then. Like, you know?
It's like, really, life is way more no's than yes. If our kids aren't used to hearing no, like, how are they going to survive when they're adults, right? And I think that's what, right, as parents, my generation of parents, putting myself in this picture, we're so scared to let our kids fail, let them struggle, let them learn from that failure. Now, how do they face, you know, moments, adversity, resilience? How do they build those scars? So, you know, I think all three of us were fortunate. Like, it changed, it was pivotal in my journey that my college coach was on my ass.
Yeah.
Every day.
I would say the same.
Yeah. And that, in particular, that coach when you were 15 was one of the main ones. That was, like, give me examples. Because I don't think kids today understand. Like, they're going to say, oh, I'm sure Luka's coach never yelled at him.
Yeah, no, he did. I think one example was we were up, it was quarterfinals or around 16. We were up by like 30 at halftime, but I was bullshitting a little bit.
No.
He yelled at me. He made me cry. I'm like,
at halftime?
Yeah. But that's like, this coach like changed a little bit how I view basketball like during the time. And like that year, I think we didn't lose a game. And we won the finals by 30 points. And just, I mean, I think everybody needs it. To be like a really good player, you need the guy like they'll tell you everything. Especially coach. And, you know, I love him for that he did that for me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially you two guys come in to the NBA straight. I mean, you coming obviously from a professional team, but as a teenager, and you're not going to college. Like, that experience was pivotal for me. So you're lucky, right? You had a high school coach that was like, this is how you're going to play.
Absolutely. I mean, he was on my ass from day one. You know, and I had my high school coach was a college coach at Eastern Michigan.
That's right.
At one point. And so...
He knew what you were going to see.
Yeah. So he knew, you know, what I was going to see. He actually coached a couple pros that made it to the NBA, you know, while he was in college. But, you know, from day one when I stepped foot, you know, as a freshman, you know, he was literally like on me, crazy, you know, and... Like one story, you know, Coach D he was out of his mind. He was a lunatic. He just finally retired from coaching last year at Duquesne. Finally was retired. But like, you know, my freshman year, you know, I made, you know, all county, all city, all state. We didn't lose a game my freshman year. We won the state championship. I was state championship MVP for the tournament. And you know, so I come in first practice my sophomore year. I'm kind of feeling myself a little bit. We won it all. I'm getting a little praise, whatever. First day of practice my sophomore year, he kicked me out of practice.
Just to put the marker down.
Yeah, just to put the mark. He looked at me and said, "Best sophomore in the country, my ass. Get the fuck out of here," and kicked me out of practice my sophomore year. You know, and I was obviously pissed off. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Why is he picking on me?
They were picking on me. But he set the tone. He set the tone for that season. It's like, I'm not going to even allow you to even think about getting overly confident or having a big head coming in here. Because this shit is not about you. You know, it's about what we're trying to build. And he knew, like, you are the guy, but I'm not about to give you no indication that you are. So, you know, and a lot of the things that I learned from him, I still, like, just use to this day, just like being held accountable and, you know, being a player's coach, being able to be coachable. You know, and, you know, so absolutely, just having that tough love, you know, is...
He gave you a gift that day.
Absolutely.
But you don't realize it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you know how many practices we've been in, and for us to be able to remember two moments in our careers, you know, that lets you know that shit is instilled in our brain, and it played a part of who we are today, you know.
And unfortunately, you know, going back to this again, like how many parents are allowing that these days?
Yeah.
Right. That's the tough part. How was your dad with you being a great player in EuroLeague? Like how what was his part of your basketball journey?
I mean, I don't think he didn't get involved.
Yeah.
Like you say, you know.
But there's a great lesson.
Like he said, with his kids, you know, he don't talk to the coach, nothing. You know, he was just, you know, being there to support, but didn't do much. Like what I'm saying, being involved.
That's your journey.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same like, you know, if I went home and told my dad, you know, Coach, motherfuck me today.
Oh, he'll be good for you. Good for him.
My dad would have said to me, "What'd you do, you little shit? You know, what'd you do? You must have done something, right?
Yeah.
Let you go and figure those things out, right? Yeah, I think it's look, it's not like we're gonna put it all back in the bottle.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, but things like your program can help. Like, just make headway.
I think that's awesome.
Step by step.
I think that's awesome. Step by step. Baby steps. I think that's awesome.
Continue to just make a little influence on the way we think about it. And I do think, that I keep bringing up the parents, but I do think we have to help educate parents. Because a lot of them don't know.
Yeah.
You know, how would they know? Right. They're told, you know, you got to sign them up for this, that. They got to be with me all year round. You know, they don't understand. Let the kid run his own or her own race. Let them figure it out, find the joy and passion on their own, all those things that are so important. And I think that your program is giving us a chance to, like, you committed money and resources through your foundation to commission a study. Like, it's not just us three talking.
Right.
You know, hopefully we know a few things through our experiences, but you commission a study. Like, that's an amazing commitment to the landscape, right?
Congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Really, congrats.
You're involved as well, right?
I'm here to help. Here to
that's
help.
Pretty fucking
We'll be calling you too. And,
you know, I got a couple ideas.
I bet you do. I mean, you've seen it firsthand already, right?
For sure. For sure.
Let's do it. After many years in the game, both on court and off, I know all about high-stakes showdowns. That's why I'm hooked on Michael Crichton's Binary on Audible. From the creator of Jurassic Park and ER comes this classic techno thriller about a radical aiming to bring down the government with a deadly nerve gas. The cat and mouse game between the terrorist and a determined State Department agent had me on the edge of my seat in the ride over here. But Audible isn't just about heart-pounding thrillers. From electrifying suspense and daring quests to spine-tingling horror and romance in far-off realms, Audible delivers thrills of every kind on your command. You'll find gripping titles that keep you guessing, exclusive Audible originals, and bestsellers that hook you from the first minute. Ready for your next great adventure? Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com/game and discover what lies beyond the edge of your seat. But going back to, like, in Europe, in Madrid, they're teaching you to play and think through the prism of team game, making the right decisions. You know, our kids are a little bit corrupted, partly by social media, that it's about his bag. He's got this. What can he do here? What can he do that?
What does it even mean?
Right.
A bag?
Bag of tricks. But, you know, like, think about it. Like, you guys both you made a couple tonight, crazy shots. You made a couple tough fadeaways tonight. But the reason you guys are great players is because most of the time you can do the easy shit. Get to the rim, finish, make your free throws, make your open threes. Okay, then you get to the step back, boom. The game is won on making fundamental plays, not your bag, right? I know they don't talk about that in Europe when you're growing up, right?
No, I never heard the thing bag since until I came to the NBA.
Right. And when I was growing up, it wasn't talked about it. Like, the least amount of dribbles to get where you need to get to was when I grew up.
Efficiency.
Michael Jordan wasn't out there dribbling 1,000 times, you know, to get to the spot. He'd get to a spot and raise. You know, Isaiah Thomas, as great of a handle Isaiah Thomas had, Isaiah get to a spot and raise. You know, all these guys that I grew up, Grant Hill, get to a spot, I'm bigger than you.
Straight line.
Big Dog Robinson, I'm bigger than you. Allen Houston, all these great players, that I grew up watching and admiring. Penny Hardaway, yes, they could dribble the basketball, but it's no Tracy McGrady. Even as great as Tracy's handle was, I'm bigger than you. I'm gonna get to the spot in the least amount of dribbles. Kevin Garnett, it's
good footwork, get
just
up
good
over top.
footwork, get over the top. If I'm a bigger than you and I get you on my shoulder, I get you on my hip, I'm gonna use my size. I see it all the time. It's like, I'll be on social media. It's like LeBron has no bag. It's like I'm sitting over here with
what is that?
LeBron has no bag, and I'm sitting like at 50 billion points.
Right, leading scorer all time in the NBA, no bag. That proves the point.
Yes, just play the game the right way, and I hope that our generation, our younger generation, don't get swamped by saying, okay, I need a bag, I need a bag. Like, work on your game, know what you're going to be good at in order to help the team and prove the next year to be a better player.
Right.
If you come in as a guy as my offensive game is not developed, come in, you defend, you get extra possessions, you get extra rebounders for the guys. Okay, and then next year you work on your game in the offseason. It's only one or two, if 3 guys maximum. That's going to be handling the fucking ball anyways.
Right.
We don't need you to have a bag.
Right.
Yeah. It's only going to be, we have the luxury of having 3 guys, us 2 and AR, but not many teams have 3 guys that's going to be handling the ball like that anyways. You can make $200 million in the NBA if you defend and shoot a corner 3-pointer.
That's it. You're going to play.
But that's the biggest point, and I'd love to hear your perspective on this, but all the time you're doing this that you're never ever going to use as the levels go up, if you can just make open shots, space the floor, play smart, you can go up a level.
Yeah, 100%. Like he said, I don't have nothing more to add.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
But it's true, yeah.
But the thing is, you guys are creators. In the way the game's played today, we put shooters on the floor to create space for the creator.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
They make you better by creating space. You make them better by being a creator. The minute one of them starts doing this, they're going out of the game.
Yeah.
Right? So it's interesting the way we perceive, or we allow our kids to perceive that. I don't know why that has been able to have a louder voice than coaching, than fundamentals, than team play.
Right.
I think, one more important thing is, for guys, know your role. Know what you do good and do that, Don't do something that you're not good at. It's not gonna help.
It's gonna expose you.
Such an important part of winning teams is knowing your role. Right? Starring at your role, being able to be good at your role, right? When guys start to have the wrong perspective on their role, play outside themselves, team is going down the other way. How do we get kids to appreciate the fundamentals rather than the highlight reels, the mixtapes?
We have to teach them. There has to be teach.
I think that's a great word. I think, unfortunately, there's not enough teaching.
It's not enough teachers.
Right. Not enough teachers. Great point.
It's hard to teach if the teachers don't know what the hell they're teaching.
Right. It's more about scheduling tournaments and games and
it's a lot. What I learned, it's a lot of games here.
A lot of games.
They play a lot of games, less practice.
Yeah.
But in the end, the greatest players come from America, so they're doing something good.
Well, let's talk about that for a second, because you could make a case that of the top players in the league, there's got to be 5 of the top 5 to 10 are from Europe.
Correct.
Right?
Now.
Yeah. Right? But
not
why?
Before.
Well, why? I think what we're talking about plays a role in this. I'll make a statement that'll probably be aggregated, and I'll be a meme for this, but America's not great at player development. I'm not saying there's not great coaches here, but not enough. I think one of the problems with America in all sports, to defend America, is it's too big. There's no one way, there's no one system, there's no one idea. We're all competing, and I think that's allowed the commercialization to kind of influence the game.
That's a good point.
Think about
it. It ain't getting no smaller.
Right, it's not getting smaller.
Not getting no damn smaller.
Well, it might right now, but that's another topic. but Slovenia, 2 million people wins a Euro.
Yeah.
Cup. That's crazy. to think about. That's crazy. Right? But that's because it was fundamentals. It was team play. Like you guys, you could say, I mean, you were what, 18, 17? 18. You could say, okay, well, we didn't know that Luka was Luka completely yet. Yeah. Maybe going to that tournament, we knew you were going to be an NBA player. We didn't know you were going to be what you are. Yeah. You kind of announced.
I didn't know either.
Yeah, but you announced yourself there and at Madrid and the EuroLeague, all that stuff. But the teamwork, right? 2 million people. You see it all over the world. I think sometimes we forget, like, America's so big, so many opinions, so many regions.
It's also such a pride thing, too.
Great
point.
point.
When you live in Slovenia, you live in some of these countries that's not as big as, obviously, American cities. It's a sense of pride to be able to go out there and represent your country.
Yeah,
everything is city-based here, and it took a while for us as far as the Olympics to get that sense of pride back.
Right.
When we got our ass kicked in 2004, and then we lost in the World Championship in 2006, it took us time to be like, oh, like, this is real. Like, the rest of these countries not only are getting better with the game of basketball, but it's a sense of pride too. And when you have that sense of pride, you have a sense of work ethic that goes a lot longer. You have a sense of accountability that's a little bit longer. You have a sense of just wanting to be there, because you know what you're representing. And I think a lot of that has to do with it too, because it's just cities.
So big.
It's like America, but it's like everybody talking about where you from. I'm from Chicago. I'm from Houston. I'm from LA.
Nobody says America.
Yeah, no one says everyone says the city they're from.
That's
and it's country based all over the world. It's like, and it's a sense of pride.
Yeah.
And you see that. Like, I've obviously been a part of 4 USA teams to be able, and then you see that, you feel that, you actually really feel it. You feel it from not only the competition on the floor, but you feel it from the fucking chants.
Right.
Of the fans in the
Passion
crowd,
of the crowd.
how passionate it is, so
that's what I play. That's what I play every year.
But that's an interesting point about the cities, is that you see, like, if there's a way out, like, that's a way out for a lot of American players, right? Or someone else can play. You can't not play for Slovenia, right? Like, you all feel like we got to play because we're all we have.
True.
Like, tell me about that feeling, though, and the connection with the fans. Because I went back for Goran Dragic's retirement games, sold out in like 5 minutes, 2 minutes.
I mean, we had some great names coming, so.
That's true. But still,
Steve
like,
Nash.
yeah. But still, like, for, a country of that size, like, it's got to be, there's a connection. There's a way of, we have to play this way. We need all our guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I always play, because of pride, and I like to represent my country. But you see, there's my country lives for like sports. There's a lot of, for how small we are, I think we have a great sports people.
Oh, unreal.
Bicyclists, we have ski jumpers.
How do you say Pogacar?
Pogacar.
You
were close.
How many Tour de France he won?
Oh, I don't know, but a lot probably.
Yeah, he's won a few. You got NBA, you got soccer, you got ski jumpers, everything. You guys for 2 million people, it's incredible.
It's a lot, So, but that's when, like, the crowd is into it, I think we give back a lot to our country, so that's why the crowd and the people are really into sports.
It's awesome.
Well, I want to salute you on
absolutely.
This incredible Inside Youth Basketball study.
Thank you.
I'm happy to be along for the journey. And can't wait
cheers to
for
that, man.
this impact.
Cheers to that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers to our youth, to our kids.
Thank you for having me.
I hope you enjoyed that conversation with Luka Doncic. Being a part of his Athletes Council for his Inside Youth Basketball study has been a pleasure for me. It's something that's near and dear to my heart. As someone that fought his way all the way through a long career of basketball, it always fascinates me. The landscape that kids have to navigate. How can we help them reach for their dreams? Of course, not all kids are going to make the NBA, but in all sports, kids should have joy, passion, support, belief, systems that allow them to learn the characteristics of teamwork, collaboration, learning how to succeed, fail, growing up at the appropriate times, resilience. There's so many things that sport affords us. And when his study came out and other studies similar that have said that 70% of kids have quit sports by the time of 13 because there's too much pressure in the system. There's not enough joy or fun, not enough childhood involved in youth sports. It's alarming, and it's something that I feel very passionate about, not just from the athlete development component, but from developing the health and wellness of our kids and our communities. Sports is such an incredible tool that offers us a place to learn, to grow, to find out who we are, to make friends, teammates, to collaborate. So many gifts that allow us to succeed in life, whether it's with our families, with our careers, jobs, dealing and navigating with the adversity that we all find in life. These are all things that can really be developed through sport. So when I hear kids are quitting sport, I think it's important for us to really dig deep and find out why kids are quitting and why sport for life is not the goal here, where joy and passion and being able to enjoy the fruits of a childhood, being active, being healthy, being a teammate, having core memories around sport is so important to our communities, to our families, to our kids. So I feel honored, one, to have spoken to Luka deeply about why he commissioned this study, why he wants to affect youth basketball the way he does, and how we can all come together and learn, share best practices, and find a way to be more efficient and effective at helping our youth enjoy sports, whether you're a high performer or whether you're just participating and want to be a part of a team or learn a skill. So important for our communities to give our kids a place to learn, to grow, to fail, to bounce back, and to ultimately succeed in life. So thank you for watching Mind the Game. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please subscribe if you haven't, and look forward to seeing you next time.
Absolutely. Get him on up out of here.
What you doing next week?
Get him up out of here. Get him up out of here.
Play.
Sound guy, get his mic. Let him get up out of here.
Thanks for watching Mind the Game. If you enjoyed the show, please subscribe for more content.
My Legoland, I'd ride on a dragon, and its breath would melt the clouds. And I'd build a raft so cool, the whole ocean would come to play.
For a limited time, get a one-day two-park ticket for less than $35 per park.
This race is about to heat up, so buckle up and grab an ice cold coat. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Last Sunday, Austin Dillon, it was one of those once-in-a-lifetime moments in the 60th running of the Great American Race in the 3-car. Overtime, a 40-1 long shot, getting past Eric Almirola and leading his only lap, the most important lap, in a backup car, the Daytona 500 champion. Austin Dillon at age 27, celebrating with his crew. He'll be on the spot today here in Atlanta once again. He'll be starting in the rear of the field. Actually has a tattoo on his rear celebrating the Daytona 500, which he said that he did in celebration of. But he'll again, because of a gear change starting in the back of the field today, Michael.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a problem for that team because they didn't have a lot of speed yesterday, Chris. So if you start in the back like Martin Truex Jr. and you think you got a fast car, you sprint to the front, no problem. But when you start in the back with a car that wasn't up to pace, you could get lapped in a hurry here at Atlanta.
Brad Keselowski, you see he starts 5th. He was a favorite at the Daytona 500. He won this race last year, even though Kevin Harvick dominated, as it seems like he does every year in Atlanta, running on the bottom.
Yeah, and this car doesn't seem to show a ton of speed either. He's not among my list of 5 or 6 guys to watch for victory lane. But here you go. This guy is the one that everybody's talking about. Chris, yesterday during the Xfinity race, Kevin Harvick was trending. I mean, he was all the teams were talking about, running that terribly low line. He rolls into the corner so easy, gasses it up and runs around the bottom. It seems simple. It seems like anyone can do it, but they can't.
Kyle Larson, who last year it was this race where he kind of went on a tear, and in the next 4 finished either 1st or 2nd.
He could beat Harvick. This is the guy I would watch. He's a dirt racer. You're going to slip and slide today. Could fall right into his hands.
And Bubba Wallace finishing second in the Daytona 500. A special moment with Richard Petty and an emotional week and ready to roll here in Atlanta.
And what about when he hopped on the track Friday right up to the top of the speed charts? What a start to the season for Bubba.
It's a good thing they're trying to get the race in here because William Byron, who's a college student, has a report to in school homework Monday morning. So I hope he can get it done. So he'll be racing a little faster than others to get to the finish line and do his homework. It's a wide age range with the 36 drivers ready to go here in Atlanta.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome Saturday Night Live's longest-running cast member and Atlanta native, Kenan Thompson.
Let's do this! Drivers, start your engines!
To hear the engines fire, let's head up to the broadcast booth and Mike Joy.
Thank you, Chris. Among the stories we'll be watching today, Daytona 500 winner Austin Dillon. Ryan Blaney had a great week in Daytona. He's our point leader. Martin Truex will start out back. Harvicking, that's what a lot of drivers will be trying to do today. And Kyle Busch has won his first Cup pole at Atlanta Motor Speedway this week. Today is going to be an exercise in resource management. The fall off is the drop off in speeds due to rapid tire wear. Darrell, how do you manage that?
Well, they call it give up. But here's what I don't want to have happen. Driver, don't you give up on me because you're racing the field. Your car may be terrible, but it's better than everybody else's, and that's all you got to worry about.
Jeff, how about managing restarts and getting onto pit road here?
Yeah, we talk about how fast this racetrack is, but it's the slow sections that are going to be really tough to manage. Coming up on those restarts, rolling up there at a slow pace, trying to put 800 horsepower down to the rear tires, extremely challenging, a lot of wheel spin. Coming to pit road, the tires are worn out. All that fall off, how do you carry all that speed to pit road? Easy to lock up, lose control, and overshoot the pit entry.
And Larry McReynolds, how are you going to manage 10 or more 4-tire changes today?
Yeah, this is a long race, and you're probably going to make a minimum of 10 trips to pit road, and every time you come there, it's going to be for 4 fresh tires. Think about this, only the second race of 2018 with the new pit crew rules going from 6 to 5, really 4 crew members and a fueler, and these teams are adapting. They're gaining on it, but Mike, I can almost promise you, pit road will be a difference maker today.
Yes, this will be the first true test of the new pit road procedures for 2018. Well, the skies aren't so much clearing, but the track is dry. And finally, we are ready to race at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Owners and lessees of an eligible vehicle get this low-mileage lease on this 2025 Lyric Luxury One for around $499 per month.
Need a toolkit? Here's 3 great options from Harbor Freight. The Pittsburgh 130-piece kit is compact, portable, and packed with essentials, perfect for home repairs and DIYers. The 225-piece Mechanics Toolkit provides more specialty tools for even greater versatility. And finally, this 301-piece Mechanics Toolkit includes the most used automotive and mechanics tools. No matter what you're working on, find the toolkit you need at Harbor Freight.
Buckle up for the second race of the season.
You can't cut me loose until you show me.
Green flag in the air. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
The action is going to be intense.
It's amazing how fast you get around this racetrack.
Yeah, this track is very unique, very abrasive. The tires are really going to fall off here in a hurry.
Brad Keselowski. The cars are rolling off the starting grid here in Atlanta. That is a great sign. It's the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. Race number 2 of the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series for 2018. Kyle Busch has his first Atlanta pole. He's a 2-time winner here. Ryan Newman will start on the front row for the 12th time at Atlanta, a Toyota and a Chevrolet. Kevin Harvick led the most laps in the last 4 Atlanta races, didn't win any of them. Daniel Suarez, his best career start on any mile-and-a-half track. Brad Keselowski, last year's winner with Ricky Stenhouse Jr., then 3-time Atlanta winner Kurt Busch and Kyle Larson, the runner-up here last year, and rounding out the top 10, Clint Boyer and Eric Jones, a veteran and last year's Rookie of the Year.
Let's dial up old Kevin Harvick. What do you say? Kevin Harvick, it's DW. You got me, buddy?
10-4.
Son, you got to be looking forward to this race. You won yesterday, and I polled every man, woman, and child that's on this property, and they say you're the guy to beat today. That's got to be a lot of confidence.
It is nice to sit in this Jimmy John's Ford knowing that you got a really fast race car and a racetrack you're really comfortable with. So, but I've thought that for several years, and we've led a bunch of laps, and it always seems like something reaches out and bites us. So, feel good about it today, and just got to go out and see what happens and run the race. But good to be sitting in here with a dry racetrack.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the track. We know you're freaky fast, but how about the track? Does it look like it's good to go?
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good down here. As long as this little crack down here is not leaking any water, it'll be fine.
All right, brother. Good luck, and we'll check that for you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go down to pit road where things are also dry, I hope. Jamie Little.
Well, so far it looks great down here, Mike. And, you know, it's been a challenging weekend for the 78 Martin Truex Jr. After failing inspection on Friday 3 times, they lost their car chief, they lost 30 minutes of practice, and they didn't get to turn a lap in qualifying. Cole Pern, the crew chief, told me he's had to work overtime under the car, on the car. He said they're just okay. They're going to have to overcome some more adversity starting last. Vince Welch?
Well, after his emotional second-place finish last week at the Daytona 500, Bubba Wallace has become a media sensation. That's all well and good, but he prefers to be a racing sensation. That will be judged over a body of work. The message today, manage the expectations at this tough mile-and-a-half, and remember, this is just Wallace's 6th Cup race. Matt Yoakum?
Vince, besides a very fast race car, Kevin Harvick's other advantage is his pit crew. They seem to have adapted quicker than most to the new over-the-wall roster limits and the least impact gun. In fact, during Saturday's Xfinity race, they turned in a 14.4 second stop, about 2 seconds faster than the average that we're seeing here on pit road. You throw in the fact that we could see 10 to 11 stops today on pit road. These guys could be the game changer, Larry Mack.
Matt, let's take a look at our race analysis for this 500-mile race today. We're going to go 325 laps, stage 1 and 2, 85 laps. The final stage, 155 laps. Pit road speed, very important, 45 miles per hour. Fuel window, 48 to 54 laps. We'll probably be talking more about that tire window, 35 to 40 laps. And this grip level has no grip. one competition caution, lap 30 to the rear. Daytona 500 winner Austin Dillon for a gear change this morning after final practice. And the weather, the best thing I can tell you, for the next 13 and a half hours, we are good to go. We are going racing, Mike.
And about time, Larry. There's a look at the weather. Rain late tonight, maybe sooner. Now, Bert and Ernie are our two stat guys. We call their hot rod computer Bernie. Why not? What does Bernie have to say about the odds for... That's an old... What is that, a Mac 2? That's an old piece, boys. You need to upgrade. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman among the pre-race favorites here. We'll check in later and see how that works out. Now, one thing that's important to note given the weather. In past years, when we got to halfway, the race would be official. We could not come back and finish it the next day. Now the rule is we must complete the first 2 of 3 stages. That's 170 laps to have an official race.
Something that's got to be on these drivers' minds and these crew chiefs' minds. 30 laps to that competition yellow. This track is green. It's going to be eating up these Goodyear tires for those first 30 laps.
It is game time.
I like it.
Pace car hits pit road. Here we go.
All right. Here we go, guys and gals. And boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, drivers.
Okay, for game night.
Royal Kingdom is a brand new puzzle game that just launched, so we don't need these.
Wait, what? Hey!
Or these.
Those are my games.
I told you, all we need is Royal Kingdom. You can build kingdoms by solving puzzles. Here.
Oh, wow, that is fun.
Yeah.
You're right. You don't need these games.
And it's free to download.
Well, don't need these.
You don't even need Wi-Fi.
See you later, router.
And best of all, no ads.
No ads.
You got, back it up, back it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Was that an overreaction?
Maybe. But this game is awesome.
Can we play the game now? Download Royal Kingdom today.
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Nah, nah, nah.
Ryan Newman leads the first lap from Kyle Busch. It was Clint Boyer trying to make some noise on the outside.
We talked to Newman in our pre-race show, and he said, I have a great race car, guys. That's all I can tell you.
Well, on the short run in both practice and qualifying, he was right near the top.
Keselowski come to the outside of the 4 of Kevin Harvick. And one of the things we'll watch with Kevin Harvick, doesn't always have the speed at the beginning of the run. It's that long run speed where he excels.
Newman's flying away 2 laps, and he leads Kyle Busch by 3/4 of a second.
I don't know if I'd want to get out there and go too fast on this green racetrack right now. That will come back to you.
Well, if you're Ryan Newman, if you're going to do it now, because, you just don't know how long it's going to last. Track's going to go through so many changes today.
Jimmy Johnson 14th, McMurray 15th. Here comes Kurt Busch in the 41 against Ricky Stenhouse for 5th.
This track is going to change so much. Not only is rubber from the tires going to lay into this racetrack, but the balance of these cars is going to go from tight to loose, loose to tight, wherever you're at. It's going to change a lot.
Look at that. The 48's hooking that yellow line. McMurray in the one, he goes all the way out next to the wall, but look at that momentum that the one gets coming off the corner.
And as a driver, that's what you love about Atlanta Motor Speedway. You have so many different lanes that you can choose to run, and there's no telling really which one is the best one. We've seen Harvick execute the bottom so well, but I've seen a lot of drivers win on that top.
In practice and qualifying, it seemed like the high side was good in turns 1 and 2, where they are where McMurray is right now, but hooking that yellow line in 3 and 4 was the quick way to a fast lap.
It's certainly working well for the one at Jamie McMurray. Another great run and making up spots off of turn 2.
Hey, look at this 88. He's going somewhere too. He's found a little groove up high and he's making some time. Alex Bowman looking pretty good right now.
Started 18th, he's up to 8th.
Now there's something we haven't seen a lot of. Typically, you can run the top groove or even the middle groove in 1 and 2, but not 3 and 4. We saw Alex Bowman work that outside lane in turns 3 and 4.
I think that rain washed all the rubber off the track. You can kind of go where you want to right now. Going to have to see which groove prevails as this race goes on.
Remember, Martin Truex started out back 36th. He's up to 20th. And to the inside, Harvick, Stenhouse, they continue to battle side by side. And here comes Bowman, the showman, from 18th to 8th, looking at 6th.
And just remember, you have to run much harder on the tires and using more throttle to make that longer outside line work to your advantage. So how long can those tires hold up running that top lane? I think it's going to give up over time.
I do too, Jeff, but I think early on exactly what we're seeing works. Get that high line, get that great speed off the corner down the straightaway, and pass guys that are hugging the bottom.
Let's remember this. This is at most a 30-lap run. NASCAR will have a competition caution at lap 30.
Now you bring up a really good point, Mike. 30 laps doesn't seem like a lot, but this place is all corners, so 30 laps is quite a ways. We've already seen almost a second of fall off in these tires just in the first 7 or 8 laps.
And we got to look, Suarez running third right here right now, and we talked to him in the pre-race show right there at the end, and he said, this is a good car, this is the best car I've had here, and this is one of my best chances to get a win today.
Seventh place.
See, you kind of go where they're not right now. And the 88 has found a little room up on that outside. And guys like Boyer that are hugging the bottom, he just sails around on the outside and goes right on. Now the question is, and Jeff knows, how long will this last? Is this top groove going to stay? Are you going to be able to make that kind of move all afternoon, or is it going to go away and you got to get back down on the bottom?
I think it's going to come back. I think as rubber gets laid down on this track and these drivers and teams get to adjust on their cars after this first run, as that rain washed all the rubber away from this racetrack, that bottom groove is going to come back to guys like Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer.
Jamie McMurray started 13th. He's running 9th, Matt.
Certainly on the move, Mike. The one car much better today than it was in practice. They just could never find the handle on it. Near the end of final practice, they stumbled on it. Something amiss in the steering box. They changed it, but these are the very first laps on the racetrack, and you can see early on he's got more speed.
Coming back to Bowman now, who has fallen behind Harvick back to 8th after gaining 10 spots in the early going. Eric Almirola running within 1 spot of where he started as Stenhouse drifts back a bit from 6th, now 11th.
Attention shoppers! Jardiance has a big story to tell. Ask your doctor if it should be part of your next act.
Right there as well in the 11th. How about Kyle Larson, Vince, who started 8th and has given up 6 spots?
Yeah, Mike really doesn't like the car the way it starts at this point. He said it's just way too tight. Not a problem, as you guys talked about. They've got a competition caution coming. Crew Chief Chad Johnston just telling Kyle, just take care of that right front for me.
And Vince, if I'm that team, I've got to be a little bit careful making any adjustments as we see a change of position. I think maybe Keselowski has an issue.
4th and 5th goes sailing on by the number 2.
He has an issue, it's the number 4. He just went sailing by on the outside. I think that bottom is starting to wake up and come alive, and Harvick's down there and digging.
And what I was going to say, I think you just got to be really careful how hard you push these tires right now, but also how much you adjust on the car from this first run. It might be completely different in run 2.
Here comes Truex, who started 35th. He's up to 14th.
I knew he'd be coming to the front, but I didn't think he'd come that fast.
Headed for 12th.
I just didn't think they were worried. They showed no signs of being concerned about starting in the back. They've got an incredible setup for these mile-and-a-halves. Stick that in there and go race.
Jeff, to your point about being careful with your adjustments, yeah, it's a green racetrack, but remember, all of these drivers started the race on qualifying tires that were scuffed, except Martin Truex Jr. started on sticker tires because he never made a qualifying run, so they can kind of put more stock in their adjustments, I think, than the other drivers can.
That's a good point, Larry. They don't have all the heat cycles as well as scuffed tires.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, give up. That's what we mean by give up. 1 lap would knock a half a second out of these tires. 2 laps, a second, and it gets up to about 3 seconds before it ends.
Brian Newman has led all 13 laps so far. Kyle Busch a second back in second. Then Suarez, Harvick, and Kurt Busch together.
The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official fan refreshment of NASCAR, and by Credit One Bank.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these 2025 Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR.
New leader, pole sitter Kyle Busch. Motors around Ryan Newman, who led the first 18 laps. And Busch.
And here comes another lead change. Kevin Harvick, I'm so impressed how patient he was at the beginning of this race not to use up those tires, and now the speed is there.
He's just waiting to lay a little rubber down in that bottom groove, and it came alive, and he went right to it, and away he went.
There's Kyle Busch talking about different grooves.
Yeah, Harvick's chewing everybody up on the bottom here now. Seeing a little bit of color up top, 3 and 4, yeah? Yeah, some guys are running it. They're not driving around anybody, but it's usable.
Putting rubber down in the top groove, too.
And we saw when Kyle Busch took the lead, he was yawed out with the back end slide. That's using up the tires, and that's what Kevin Harvick doesn't do by using that yellow line and the hook in the bottom line.
Yeah, Kyle was wheeling that thing off turn 4.
So, Matt, it took Harvick 21 laps to get to the front.
Mike Harvick's spotter, Timmy Fina, was a former driver. In fact, he's won 4 times in the Xfinity Series. He's his spotter, and he told me what's so impressive from his vantage point. He knows how hard it is to run here and to save your equipment, but Kevin makes it so easy. He said he just does that patented go slow to go fast and save those tires patiently.
Now also on the move, Martin Truex. It took Truex 15 laps to get to the top 10, and he's now up to 8th after rolling off 33rd. Let's go back to 24th and Bubba Wallace, just ahead of Chase Elliott. Lots of not local but national interest in Chase Elliott, who's wearing his dad's number 9 this year. Jamie?
And he hails from Dawsonville, Georgia. Started about where he's running right now. He's having a brake shake issue. He's just not sure if the brakes are too cold. He said he's barely using them, and he turned the fans off. He also says he's just too tight. He's having to slide that back in. They're trying to get their arms around this new Camaro and what kind of changes they need, guys, but everybody's going past him.
Yeah, you know, Jamie, I thought it was interesting that Chase said, we don't know where we're off, we're way off, and we don't know where we're missing it at. So maybe they still haven't figured that out.
And that brake shake, if you're not hard on the brakes and building a lot of heat up in those brakes, sometimes you can just get a little bit of pad built up because you're using them so lightly, and that's where that vibration comes in the brake pedal that Chase Elliott was talking about.
And it's annoying. It's probably not going to cause you a problem, but it just shakes the pedal and it annoys you.
Looking at 3rd place, and here's 7th place, Truex, moving past Keselowski.
And the thing that's impressed me so much about Truex is he has done this using that top groove that you see him in right now. Everybody else we've seen take off early in the race and push hard and use the top groove has really cost them time. All the Hendrick cars that really made up a lot of positions, they're all now losing those positions back.
Now, we've talked about the fall off or the drop off in lap times. Leader Kevin Harvick is 2 seconds slower than his fastest lap. But 2nd and 3rd place, Kyle Busch and Ryan Newman, they are running right now 3 seconds slower than their fastest lap. The only person who's inside 2 seconds of their quickest lap right now, Truex in 7th.
And there's certainly a difference in the tires because Truex got a lot better tires. Not a lot better, but better tires than Harvick would have.
5 laps until the competition caution. It is NASCAR's custom when a race has rain the night before or the morning of to give a competition caution so teams can check tire wear and make adjustments. Looks like Kurt Busch and Ryan Newman going to battle all the way to that caution. But Larry, when it happens, this will be the first time, I believe, this year that the whole pit road is going to be involved in a 4-tire change.
No question. All lead lap drivers, and right now we have 33 will be on pit road. And as I said in the pre-race, this is one of those races, maybe unlike Daytona, you have to make adjustments to that car every single stop. In the perfect world, it's just air pressure where you don't slow the stop down.
Yeah, Harvick was telling us, he said, even if you have to put a round of wedge in, it knocks a second out of your stop. We learned a lot in our pre-race show. We talked about every driver in the field.
I was entertained. I think hearing those drivers in long-form conversation, that's great.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity to dive deeper into some subjects we've been wanting to talk to these drivers about. 00 of
Boy, that gun looks a lot different than the one they used last year. Oh, my goodness.
Looking at the top 10, all 4 of the Stewart-Haas cars are in the top 10.
William Byron trying to stay on the lead lap as they come to this competition caution.
Well, these are different air guns, you know, as we're using this year. The Paleo guns are different than what these guys were using last year.
Slow roller on the apron out of turn 4. I believe that's Jeffrey Earnhardt, who had already gone 2 laps down. He'll make it to pit road without incident. There he is, fender flapping, and is an issue with the right front down. Yes.
Shredded that right front tire.
I think that was a concern a lot of guys had with the green racetrack. 30 laps, pretty long run.
Lap 30 next time by, and as the field cycles through, NASCAR will issue the caution flag, and they'll line them up and get ready for pit stops. Kevin Harvick, the leader, over Kyle Busch by 2.3 seconds. Coming to the line for 6th, Martin Truex, Clint Boyer.
Welcome to AMH. Welcome to a shopping experience where you can rent a home on your own terms, where you can let yourself in to tour homes on your own schedule without a leasing agent present. Welcome to a leasing experience where it's possible to apply and sign your new lease in just a few days, where you can pay your bills and maintain your home online. Welcome to a resident experience where you can enjoy single-family, pet-friendly living with the support and convenience you can count on. Welcome to AMH, where you can live mortgage-free so you can focus on what really matters. Welcome home.
And there we go. That is race director David Hoots. And Kevin Harvick had already slowed prior to the caution effect so much that William Byron was able to get back on the lead lap before the caution waved and froze the field. Whoa, wow. That is off Jeffrey Earnhardt's right front.
We saw a lot of left rear tires yesterday. It seemed like they had a problem with the left rear tires. That was a right front, so I guess it depends on your setup.
Larry, yeah, I think it depends on balance, right? If you're tight and you're pushing on the right front, it's probably going to do the right front, and if it's loose, the right rear.
Balance is so important. That's exactly what we saw in Xfinity Series. There was one car that was tight, would not turn all day long, had issues with 4 right fronts. It's all about the balance of the race car, keeping it balanced.
Let's give a couple of attaboys before they come to pit road. Martin Truex rolled off 33rd. Truex is up to 6th place in that 30-lap run in his number 78. Ryan Blaney started 26th, and he is up to 12th place. Austin Dillon from 35th because of a gear change. He had to start in the last row to 14th. Those are the 3 biggest movers in that first green flag run.
I love Ryan Blaney. He's so much fun to talk to. Low-keyed. Kind of reminds me of a dial tone, just a little bit.
Ryan Newman led the first 17 laps, gave way to Kyle Busch for 3 laps, then Kevin Harvick. All right, 4 tire changes. Here's Matt.
2 men are already allowed to be leaning on the wall. Eric Maycroft, the front changer, Daniel Smith, Carrier, Mike Morneau, Jackman, Stan Doolittle, and the fueler, Justin White. These 5 men were all together a year ago. Solid stop so far. Harvick says he needs help on entry and a little bit more help on drive-off, Jamie.
Kurt Busch tight rolling the center, a little free off. Younger brother Kyle Busch in the 18 has an issue. Said the things are not registering when he flips a switch in the car. They all looked at each other. They're not sure what the issue is right now. He wants a little more stability, better grip on the rear end. The 41 is the first out. The 18 drops the jack, guys.
Harvick 14.9, Kyle Busch 15 seconds. And there is your Sunoco race off pit road. Harvick, Busch, Newman, Busch, Truex, the Fast 5 off pit road.
teams take the field. We may wear different colors. We may be rivals. But when it really counts, we're all on one team. Because every child deserves a chance to live without cancer. Join us in finding cures and saving children. Please donate to St. Jude today.
The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 is sponsored by Jiffy Lube, proudly pouring Pennzoil Synthetics, and by McDonald's. Rediscover your love for the iconic Big Mac. And for a limited time, try the Mac Jr. or the Grand Big Mac.
34 laps complete after the competition caution. And you'll see the comparison lower left of your screen. Harvick a little quicker getting down pit road, and the crew 0.1 of a second faster than that of pole sitter Kyle Busch. Here's the anatomy of this pit stop. Watch the fancy footwork on the fueler. Now all he can do is fuel the car, but for safety reasons, they do allow him to help guide a tire back to pit wall like that. Very nice.
That's slick right there, boys.
And that's the new standard, 14.9 seconds for a 4-tire pit stop.
Well, and we saw the Jackman go up and assist the left front, tire changer with the carry and the placement of the tire. So a lot of things look different on pit stops this year.
In 1 week, they've already gotten better. And in about 3 or 4 weeks from now, it'll be like, boy, they're down to 14 seconds.
Harrison Rhodes gets the free pass on the first caution of the day. Here they come to the Geico restart zone.
The 18 spun the tires.
Yeah, a lot of guys complain that outside line just will not go. The inside's been the way to go.
Daniel Suarez, that orange number 19, way to the outside. Here comes his teammate Hamlin with him.
Whoa.
Joey Logano.
Oh, that's tight.
Harvick is doggone long gone on the first lap after this restart.
He's just freaky fast.
He's just trying to figure out how hard do I need to push these tires. I saw the advantage I had by starting the race and the pace slower than the rest of my competitors, and it worked out really good for him in 30 laps.
He just mined the gap, but I tell you, there's some cats back here that are hungry to get up there and fight him for the lead.
Kurt Busch outside Brad Keselowski. Larry, 47 laps to the end of stage 1. What happens next from a strategy view?
Well, I was just doing the math, Mike. We went back racing with 50 laps. You can obviously go that on fuel, but I'm not so sure they will not split it down the middle. And somewhere around lap 60, we'll see them start hitting pit road for 4 fresh tires. And once a driver comes, you almost cannot stay out there losing 3 seconds a lap.
All right, 38 laps complete. You saw Suarez way up on the outside of the restart. He settles in 11th. Let's go to his pit and Jamie.
Well, Kevin Harris, he carries the tires for the 19 for Daniel Suarez. A lot of pressure on these guys with the way you guys have changed it up. First stop of the day, how'd it go for you?
I don't think it was too bad. I mean, it's definitely different than it was in years past. You really have to have a smooth stop. If you don't want to elongate the stop, make it a long stop, you have to be as smooth as possible. I think we were okay there. There's some things we can fix, but we're looking forward to getting more opportunities.
Slow down to go faster, right, Mike?
Sometimes that works. Could be one of those days, right, Jamie? Harvick, Newman, Truex, Logano, Busch. 3 Fords, a Chevrolet, and a Toyota in the top 5.
You know, watching Harvick, and he isn't really riding that yellow line right now. Jeff, he's up kind of middle of the track right now.
Well, I think when the tires are newer and have more grip at the beginning of a run, I don't think you have to hook that yellow line. The magic of that yellow line, what Kevin Harvick does so well, is after about 10 or 15 laps. And then you come down and that's where you can just start driving straight up off the corner.
I wonder if, he's got a couple guys behind him there. I wonder if he just run a little different line just to confuse them.
He doesn't want to show them anything. That's what it is.
Because he is not where he normally is, but it's working for him.
If you take the short way around and hook that yellow line, do the tires wear faster than if you're running the wider line up top?
Well, and I think towards the end of the run, no, it's easier because you drive the car straighter. But the discipline to do it when there's a lot of grip and the faster pace at the beginning, I think it could take a little bit more off those tires.
That right foot's what manages the tires. How you work that gas pedal.
Second place.
I got a feeling that little 78 car, he might want to get up there and say, Harvick, you better get back down there where you're really good at, because I'm coming.
Need a toolkit? Here's 3 great options from Harbor Freight. The Pittsburgh 130-piece kit is compact, portable, and packed with essentials, perfect for home repairs and DIYers. The 225-piece mechanics toolkit provides more specialty tools for even greater versatility. And finally, this 301-piece mechanics toolkit includes the most used automotive and mechanics tools. No matter what you're working on, find the toolkit you need at Harbor Freight.
How many times last year did we hear those words? Stage winner, MTJ.
He's working hard to get stage 1 win of the season right now.
Yeah.
And the car looks really awesome off the corner, but he looked a little loose getting in into turn 1 particularly. A couple of teammates here fighting with each other.
Now, as we watch Chase Elliott, something that I think is unique about Chase is he raced with Kevin Harvick in the Xfinity Series as teammates at Junior Motorsports several years ago. He was a student of that data and watching and learning from Kevin Harvick and really asking him a lot of questions. And I saw him really pick up a lot of those techniques last year, and he was very successful here. He ran really good here. We're going to have to see if he can use some of that knowledge to get himself further towards the front.
Alex Bowman trying to cross under Ricky Stenhouse.
And Mike, when you see somebody try to do what Alex Bowman did and he isn't able to do it, it's because the car is just not sticking to the track like he'd like for it to. So he has to abort that kind of trying to make that kind of move.
Well, one of the other tricky things about being on the bottom of the racetrack is when everybody else is on the bottom of the racetrack, there's the aerodynamic disadvantage, and that's what makes Harvick, so impressive is he can get out front and sort of control whether anybody else can make gains from behind.
There's the telemetry on Kyle Larson heading off into turn 3.
The front straightaway here, as we go turn 4 down to turn 1, is the longest part of this racetrack, Mike. So got a big swooping front straightaway here, which increases the length of the front straightaway.
And if you look at the lower left corner of your screen, the yellow dot is Larson and the white dot is your race leader, and currently Kevin Harvick.
And I can currently tell that Larson he's not happy because he's a guy that likes to be up top right next to the wall. When he's at his best, that's when he's making up time and running fast lap times. And we just saw Clint Boyer go blowing by him on the outside, and he was right nailed to that yellow line. So I'm pretty sure they're going to have to make some big adjustments to get Kyle Larson happy where he can get to the front.
Yeah, Mike, the front straightaway is 2,332 feet, and the back is 1,800 feet. So a good bit of difference in the straightaways.
Joey Logano restarted 7th, currently fighting to hold on to 4th place against Kurt Busch. A couple of Fords battling here. 47 laps complete in Atlanta.
Grab a nice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Attention shoppers, for more browsing, go to Jardians.com. We've got a big story to tell.
Two laps complete at Atlanta. Kids cheering on their favorites. 52 laps of 85 laps in stage one. There will be a tire stop somewhere between now and the end of this stage as the Busch brothers change spots. Kyle drifted back to sixth after restarting third and has now gained back two of those positions.
Yeah, well, he saw what Kevin Harvick did. He took the lead from Ryan Newman earlier in this race, and then Harvick took it 2 laps later, and I think they probably told him, hey, Harvick was really easy and slower lap times and easier on his tires at the beginning, so try not to use up those tires too early.
Ryan Newman brings the fight back to Kyle.
Newman's hanging in there doing a nice job. Got a pretty good car. He was seemed to be pretty excited this morning when we talked to him about today's race.
Yeah, he talked about how much he really likes this racetrack.
Narrowly missed breaking the tie that he has with Buddy Baker for most career poles at Atlanta, 7 apiece, and Newman was on the pole until Kyle Busch made the last run of the day and took it away. So Newman got his 12th front row start at Atlanta, 7 poles and 5 outside poles.
Those Camaros, they're wicked looking. The way those headlights sit back in there, they look like eyeballs watching you.
Well, it just looks like Kurt Busch can take his car anywhere he wants. Just a lap ago, I saw him working the top groove, making up time. That time, he's right on the yellow line.
Yep. Harrison Rhodes in the 51 this week. Stays to the high side, goes a lap down.
Pretty impressed with all the Stewart-Haas cars.
Yes.
They're all in the top 10.
Yes, sir. I mean, they're all in the top 10, including Boyer. I mean, that's an incredible.
I knew that was going to cost him, wasn't it? By coming into the hotel with us. Hard time.
Hey, look, he's one of my favorite people, and he picks on me, and so when I get a chance, I got to pick on him.
And Eric Almirola, I think all America gained a new great respect for Eric Almirola with his comments after the Daytona 500 that he came within 2 corners of winning 1 week ago, Vince.
Well, and Eric said he was probably the person most looking forward to Atlanta just so everyone would stop talking about Daytona. But the way his race car is handling, I can understand why he wants to be here. You guys noted those 4 Stewart-Haas vehicles, all in the top 10. He needed some front turn on that first run, a little more rear grip. Said it was just a little too tight. They made an air pressure adjustment. Crew chief is John Klossmeyer. He was the engineer on the 41 a year ago. It seems like a nice pairing, and Eric's been pretty pleased so far.
A happy driver is a successful driver.
I see that pairing winning this year.
Well,
Me too.
And that's something that's good to point out, that this is actually the team from the 41 cars, except for the pit crew, that Kurt Busch drove for. Actually, the whole Billy Scott and that 10 team that were with Danica Patrick moved over to the 41 this year.
Matt?
And Mike, under the caution conversation back and forth between Mike Bugaravich and Clint Boyer. Boyer's like, the tires are wore out. I think we need to make some adjustments. And Bugaravich, calm and composed, said, let's just make an air pressure change, see how we do the next run. The car taking off once again on the way to the front, Jamie.
And Kurt Busch working with new crew chief Billy Scott, just their second race together. It's been a solid weekend for them. Billy Scott told me that after practice yesterday, they were so happy they didn't even touch it this morning, made no adjustments. So far, Kurt's saying he's just a little tight rolling the center. They didn't make any changes on that one and only stop.
Well, they're about to pry open the window for this pit stop for tires. Here's Brad Keselowski's team.
Really nice lap there when you moved up, run a 15. Catching a 34 flat. You run a 33.15. We're trying to take care of my tires for a 50 lap run here. So I need to know how many laps I have so I know when to go hard. Set 4.
Well, guys, we are halfway through that run from when we went back racing at lap 35. We're at lap 60. It's 25 to go until the end of stage 1 at lap 85. I have to believe some of these teams are considering splitting this segment in half, which we would be there right now.
Twelfth place, Denny Hamlin on the inside, racing Paul Menard.
When we talk about executing that yellow line, I thought that Denny Hamlin he hit it perfect right there. Both the left front and the left rear painting that yellow line.
Man, he almost crowded right up in front of the 21 car, though. That was really close.
Now, these two are about 13 seconds behind the leaders.
Look at this 10 car. He's going somewhere, guys.
Going after Joey Logano.
We heard Larry talk about splitting this segment up. It just would make me so nervous. As difficult as this pit road is to get you under green, all the penalties we saw on pit road and speeding last year, and the pit stops themselves, and so many things that could go wrong. Boy, that would make me nervous to come in here under green.
But what's the danger in being the first one to stop?
Well, of having some kind of a problem that gets you a lap or more down. Once you get back out there, as long as the caution doesn't come out, you're in great shape. You've got all the speed and all the grip to get you to the end of this.
And that's a bit of the gamble, Mike, is if the caution falls when you make that move.
So here's Kevin Harvick, 3.3 seconds in the lead over Martin Truex. How about seven-time champion Jimmy Johnson back in 21st right now, 24 seconds back of the lead. Matt?
Mike, the first run, the 48 car was just too free. No side bite for Jimmy Johnson. They adjusted with air pressure. A lot of conversation between Chad, spotter Earl Barbic, and Jimmy, to the point where Chad at one point a few moments ago said Harvick is getting off the throttle at the end of the quarter-mile track. He's just playing with us.
She's my best friend, and I want to do the best for her. So that's why I love the farmer's dog. Now she is so fun, playful, happy, energetic.
Since switching to the farmer's dog, I've noticed that they're starting to actually act like puppies again. She has more energy, her digestion's great, her mood's better, and she's actually excited for every meal.
You know, guys, as far as staying out, if everybody stays out, we know we can make it on fuel. My biggest concern, and I heard the concern in the garage area, the rubber back down on the racetrack, can these tires go 50 laps if your car's not balanced and wear the right front or the right rear out?
Well, we may find out if everybody stays out. Well, 20 to go in stage 1. We're going to keep it right here for you, so in case there are pit stops during this break, you won't miss them. 15 laps to go in stage 1, and no takers on pit road for tires so far. Kevin Harvick is the talk of the town. He is 4.7 seconds ahead of the field. We're going to hear from the spotters for Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, and Jimmy Johnson about Harvick.
Yeah, I mean, Harvick's not even driving. He lifts. As soon as he passes the quarter-mile track, he lifts. It's ridiculous. He's just playing with traffic. Harvick is lifting when it stalls past turn 1 of the quarter-mile. The 4 seems to be getting out of the gas at the end of the pit road.
Everybody's talking about going Harvicking. Now, the quarter-mile is here in the quad oval at Atlanta. The pit road is its back stretch. There is the front stretch, and there is turn 1 of the quarter mile. So they're saying just past there is where Kevin Harvick is getting out of the gas.
Well, and even the spotters are confused on what Kevin Harvick is doing, because what we heard Earl Marvin say at the end of pit road, which is probably another 100 feet further. Yeah. So, I think but he's in their head. That's the thing.
But I think the big thing is, forget about where he's letting off. Where's he getting back on it at? I think that's the key.
Yeah, and let's watch this telemetry of what Kevin Harvick does so well. So there's Green. He's full throttle down the straightaway. Look out. Oh, man. He is at the quarter mile.
He seems shocked by that.
Just said there's no way he can be doing it.
But here's the key. It's zero brake. So he may be lifting, but he's not really slowing the car down. He's just letting it roll in there. And look at how little throttle. Gosh, that's getting out of it so early. But watch how little throttle he uses through the center. Just barely. That's quarter throttle. Now half throttle. Now he doesn't get full throttle till he's all the way on the straightaway.
But now listen to this. There's a quarter mile, and he lets off.
Unbelievable.
He ghosted.
Unbelievable how early he's getting out of it.
Clint Boyer's got Martin Truex for second place. Michael?
You know, you talk about Kevin Harvick, and you're right, Mike Joy. Harvicking is trending. That's all the news is. But think about the strength of the Stewart-Haas cars. 4 of them in the top 7, all 4 of them. I think that's the effect that Kevin Harvick's had on the organization. He's shared that information with these drivers. They've watched his telemetry, his data, and they picked up on it. This could be a huge day for this organization, and it's all because of one guy, Kevin Harvick's style here at Atlanta.
Oh, good point. Kurt Busch in 6th. Bubba Wallace 1 lap down. There's Almirola.
And one of the things I find interesting, and this goes back to what Mike was talking about, how good their race cars are. Yeah, Kevin's sharing information with his driving style, but they're all driving the middle of the track, up high. They're not on the yellow line. We did see Eric Almirola is trying to execute that. But let's watch Clint Boyer as he goes down into turn 1. Last time by, he actually ran the high line. There he goes again, just straddling that top seam. That tells me they've got a good race car.
Tires may be giving up now, Jeff. We're getting near the window here.
Joey Logano, maybe not so much. He restarted 7th. He's now drifted back a little bit. 9th place, Jamie.
And he was making a move forward, but then he had a slight issue. He thought he had a right front maybe going down, and then he settled in for a lap and said, well, it feels like maybe it's a brake problem. My brakes are vibrating. So similar to what we heard Chase Elliott say earlier, the crew jumped up on the wall, but they said, let's hang on. Let's try to wait 8 more laps to go to the stage break.
You know, we've been taking a look at that 22 car on our Hawkeye system, and it looks like to me a lot like we saw with him yesterday in Xfinity Series race. He's already completely rubbed off the left front part of that splitter, right on the left side all the way at the bottom. A lot of that is already kind of torn up right there where he's been getting down on the apron.
And that's the negative to running down on that yellow line and actually on the apron, right, Larry? I mean, they're going so far below that yellow line that they're getting the corner, that left front corner, and that's going to take some front downforce away from the car. And then you say, well, how does Kevin Harvick do it? It does seem to me like they run the left front a little bit higher so that it does clearance more through the corners.
Yeah, it doesn't look tore up a lot, but a little bit's a lot of front downforce right there.
And Larry, I think it was Michael or somebody, maybe it was you, Jeff, that said when you follow that yellow line, it's actually not on the apron. It's still on the racetrack. You got to get below it to really get down onto the apron. So it looks like it's the bottom of the racetrack to us. There's still a little room down there for the car to run those left side tires on.
6 laps to go in stage 1 as Paul Menard takes 12th spot from Ryan Newman. Here's Larry with today's Driving Trust presented by Midas.
Mike, we're going to take a look at Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childress in that Stewart-Haas Racing number 14. This is their 5th season together. They have won a total of 15 races. They've made the championship 3 out of the last 4 years. And, of course, they won that 2014 Cup Championship. That was their first year together. And you know what, Mike? Rodney Childress was the 2015 Bernsey Award winner in honor of our good friend, Steve Burns.
That's right. Former late model racer and just all-around great guy. One of the sharpest minds on pit road. Well, Ryan Newman started outside pole.
Right front tire.
He nailed the wall up in the middle of 3 and 4.
Something. It doesn't look like the tire's down. Maybe something else.
I know he hit the wall hard.
Jamie, I think he ran out of racetrack.
That's exactly right. And Ryan Newman, the only thing he said about the race car is it was just too tight. Maybe it built too much and he got into that wall. It has been a great race car all weekend for Ryan Newman. The window is open, though. You see the wrench in the rear. They make a wedge adjustment and a 4-tire stop. Luke Lambert making the calls, telling him this is where this new pit crew, 5 members, different members are making the changes, making the adjustments to the race car. He's trying to talk them through it and keep them calm is the key.
I believe they've lost that right side cowl flap when Newman hit the wall.
It looked to me like he wore the tread right off the inside of that right front tire.
Yeah, he just went straight in, pretty much straight into the wall. He got a little run up the hill and it went straight into the wall.
Kevin Harvick just put the 20th place car, Jamie McMurray, 1 lap down as we come to the end of stage 1. Martin Truex, 19 stage wins last year. He won't get the first one today. That'll go to Kevin Harvick, up 5 seconds. And here's Jimmy Johnson going a lap down to Harvick. 2 laps to go. Pit road is closed.
There's just nothing Jimmy can do. I mean, the tires are completely shot at this point in the stage.
Kyle Busch trying to take 5th from Eric Almirola.
Hey, guys, back to Ryan Newman's 31 car in that hood flap or that cowl flap on the right side. NASCAR has a sheet that gives you the mandatory body parts that has to be on that race car at a 1.5 mile track, which we're at. The cowl flap or hood flap is one of them.
Thanks, Larry.
Who was it, Larry, at Daytona said we would go back out, but we don't have a door?
Harvick.
And they said, why not? He said, well, it's down in turn 4.
Final lap of stage 1.
Boy, Eric Jones fighting, battling to stay on the lead lap. Think he did.
Don't think he made it.
And that's going to affect Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was going to be the free pass car.
6.5 seconds. Harvick's lead over Clint Boyer. Brad Keselowski another 3 back. Then Truex. 2 more to Almirola and Kyle Busch. First stage win of 2018 for Kevin Harvick, who won 6 stages last year, including both of them here.
Chevy, the most awarded and fastest growing brand the last 4 years overall.
Stage 1 ends with a photo finish as Kevin Harvick crosses the line inches behind Eric Jones. So Jones stays on the lead lap as the first 10 positions frozen at the line. So here comes Harvick, there is Jones, there is the difference. Wow. And that's important not only to Eric Jones, but to Jimmy Johnson. It means Johnson will get the free pass. Let's go down to Vince Welch at the eBay Motors pit box.
Well, Mike, as we get ready for these pit stops, keep this in mind in regards to the athleticism of the crew members we're about to see go over the wall. A fuel can full of gas, 96 pounds. The tire, about 65 pounds that they're going to take around to the right side of the car. The jack itself, 25 pounds. Some of these guys are going to be taking on dual roles, maybe carrying the jack and a tire at the same time. The athleticism and the choreography and the fact you can't make a mistake or it's going to cost your team, critical at this point as they get ready for pit stops.
Great degree of athleticism required down there on pit road. 96 pounds, Darrell.
Yeah, I think ours weighed about 120, actually.
Come on. All right, Kevin Harvick gets a stage win. That includes 10 points plus a playoff point that carries all the way to Homestead.
I have to say this for the pit stops. They asked Henry one time, did you get it full? He said, no, I just got 2 cans in it.
Henry Benfield.
Yeah, Henry Benfield, the
Johnson's
gas man.
Here they come to pit road, Matt.
Kevin Harvick showing patience on the racetrack. His pit crew disciplined during that first stop. Shades of a year ago, Kevin Harvick, the stage winner 2017 for number 1. Same again this year. They go to work. No changes on the 4 in the middle screen. His teammate, Clint Boyer, he said, like everyone else, the tires go away, but no changes on the 14. Solid stop as well. Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr. in the 78. 3 of the 5 over-the-wall members new this year, working together for the second time this year. He's saying the car is decent, but he can't do what Kevin Harvick's doing. Can't run that line because he's loose and tight. He's having to be too careful with it. As you watch the pit stops climb, Clint Boyer 16.3, Harvick 18, Martin Truex 14.9, Mike.
Wow, 3 wide coming off pit road. Keselowski, Boyer, Truex. Almirola, Kyle Busch, and Kurt Busch all gaining positions. Big loss for Harvick, 5 positions on pit road. There's the race off.
What do you say we dial up our stage 1 winner? Hey, Kevin, this is Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yeah, boss.
Well, man, you're getting sick and tired of talking to us. You are putting on a clinic out there. I mean, I know you didn't have a great pit stop, but I mean, everybody is on the radio talking about what you're doing, how you're executing, backing up the entry. It is unbelievable to watch, but what are some of your challenges you're going to have?
Give me 1 second here, Jeff. We got a little bit of an issue. Go ahead, Rodney.
They're talking about having an air hose break on the pit stop, so we'll check in with Kevin a little later. Brad Keselowski, the new leader. Kevin Harvick, stage 1 winner.
The Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 is sponsored by the Ford Hall of Fans. Are you the world's greatest NASCAR fan? Here's your chance to prove it. Go to NASCAR.com/Ford.
91 laps complete. We thank Kevin Harvick for talking to us in the midst of a crisis. NASCAR issues the air guns, air regulators, and air hoses to all the teams. And on that stop, Matt, something went wrong.
The front changer, Eric Maycroft, started to have issues with the switch on the right side. He was trying to nurse it to get through the stop. When he came over to the left side, then the coupler blew out and lost the gun entirely. He tried to hit the lugs. That's why they brought him back, just as a safety precaution to make sure that they got all the lugs. Issues, though, with this new lease gun for Harvick's team on pit road.
The idea was that all the teams would use the same gun, same regulators and hoses, and prevent the escalating and expensive war of air gun and speeds and torque on pit road. And so this, too, is coming under a full test today with all these 4 tire changes that we did not see at Daytona.
Yeah, just the size of the gun alone is quite a bit bigger than what they were using. That takes some adjusting, too.
Fox Sports and Coca-Cola bringing a unique angle to our coverage today with the Coca-Cola Racing Family Track Pass. Through the Fox Sports Go app, you can follow along with your favorite Coke drivers with views of their in-car cameras, as well as their track positions and speed. That's on the Fox Sports Go app.
Well, how about that? Now we get to watch him drive up through the field. I mean, I hate that happened to those guys, but I got to say, for the rest of the field, they're a little relieved right now. They might have a shot at this thing.
Kevin Harvick will restart 19th. He'll be the last car on the lead lap. Keselowski and Boyer on the front row, and we're back under green.
Yeah, all 3 Stewart-Haas cars on the outside. Our champ, second. Keselowski, who had a good car. Jeff and I were looking at his...
Kurt Busch up the outside in that black 41.
These restarts are so wild. They're 3 wide as we see Almirola go the inside of Larson. And now look how the 41 of Kurt Busch goes from the outside lane to the inside lane to pass his brother.
You can do that when you got new tires. You got a little movability. You got the car handling good. You got a little movability.
Yeah, we talk about how abrasive this track is. It has a lot of grip for about a lap and a half or 2 laps, and then the grip just starts going away immediately.
I've often heard you say, Darrell, when you're on new tires, you're Superman.
Oh, yeah. For Mr. Feelgoods.
But for how long? That's the question. Kyle Busch restarted 4th. He's in 6th, Jamie.
Well, at the start of this race, just a few laps in, Kyle had mentioned something's going on in here. I have an issue. Well, we were just told it was the track bar mount. He flipped the switch and it didn't read anything. So at some point, Mike, before the last stage of this race, he needs to come in. They'll have to drop the window net and fix the connection to the track bar mount. So keep an eye on that, as it will certainly cost him some positions.
Yeah, the guys use that quite a bit during the run. As the car changes, you adjust the car with the track bar adjuster. If that's not working, that could cause him a problem later on.
Yeah, guys, it's a driver adjustable track bar. He has a switch on the steering wheel, and it appears to me that motor that runs it up and down, or something to do with a switch, he can no longer adjust it. That is a huge tool for a driver at this racetrack.
Yeah, and as DW was saying, you'll run it one direction to start the run, and you'll just keep working it the other direction as the fuel burns off.
Wow, Eric Almirola was doing everything he could to hold Denny Hamlin down at the bottom of the racetrack, but just couldn't complete the pass. Now Joey Logano right with him.
And that's the toughest thing, to have that kind of discipline as a driver. You know you have a really good race car, but cars start going by you left and right on these restarts, as we see the 41 of Kurt Busch continuing to march his way to the front. But it's so frustrating, so hard to hold yourself back. But you know if you push too hard, that it's just going to cost you lap times at the end of these runs, or a potential problem with the tire.
Brad Keselowski and Kurt Busch both just ran their personal fastest laps of this race.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Somebody that's definitely not holding back, and that's Kurt Busch.
I don't know, but I think the 41 might be getting ready to run his fastest lap of the race because it looks like he's searching for the lead right here. That 41 car is pretty awesome right now.
And as we were talking, DW and I were looking during our break, Brad Keselowski was making probably the second fastest laps towards the end of that last run to Kevin Harvick. So they've made some good adjustments, and he's going to be really strong on these longer runs.
Joey Logano around the outside of Almirola. That's for 8th place, Vince.
Well, just as you guys were talking about in regards to Almirola, he said, I'm going to do my best to try not to freak out here. And it is difficult to stay patient and preserve those tires. And he said, I know it's going to be hard. I know I've got to preserve the tires over the course of the run, but it's so difficult to do in the cockpit when you see others that are being more aggressive.
For the lead, Kurt Busch around the outside of Brad Keselowski.
That was a gimme.
Yeah, I mean, that's Keselowski. He's knowing that, if you push me too hard right now, I'm better off to be patient with this. Give up that one position so I can gain it later.
Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick, after that pit stop, restarted 19th. He's gained 5 positions.
Nascar on Fox continues live from Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Kurt Busch, your leader, 3-time winner here. Time for an Outback race break. Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, and a quick check on the highlights in just a moment. 2 Fords ahead of Truex right now at the moment.
And there's another Ford coming. Kevin Harvick is working his way through the pack. That rain was torrential early. Changed this track, Chris.
And after a 2.5-hour rain delay from the original start, tires are always an issue in how drivers handle them. Came into play in stage 1.
Yeah, and we knew it would. The tire wear always gets better, and the best way to take care of your tires is be gentle on them. Ease into the corner. No one's better than that.
Harvick 67 laps, but at the end of the stage, a slow pit stop. Winning stage 1, team had a problem with the pit gun. They asked for another one, came back to pit road, made sure the lug nuts were on right and tight.
And this is just a temporary setback for this team. When you've got a car like that, he can charge back through the field. And we saw earlier Kevin Harvick letting off really early going into the corners. I've noticed him now when he's charging through the field, he's able to be more aggressive. That's a good sign for later, Chris, when he needs to attack late in the going if there's a late caution. This car not only has long run speed, but also short run.
And on the 31 car, they're changing that flap.
Yeah, he hit the wall, the flap busted off. Early in the race, this car was strong, but it didn't have long run speed, Chris. The longer the race went on, that car faded.
And back to Kevin Harvick as Kurt Busch is the leader, is Stuart Haas teammate. Harvick passing Bill Elliott all-time in laps led at Atlanta, moving into 7th on the all-time list. Jeff Gordon leads all at that point. And we'll watch Harvick in that climb back, because from here in the Hollywood Hotel, the reminder to claim your free Bloomin' Onion on Mondays after Kevin Harvick places in the top 10. Whether he wins in Atlanta or not, we know he's always a threat. Let's head back upstairs to Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. Harvick's already back into the top 10. He's in 8th place right now, running 6.8 seconds behind the race leader, his Stuart Haas teammate Kurt Busch. Busch with 3 victories here, the last one in 2010. 1 for Jack Roush in a Ford, and 2 for Roger Penske.
He finished 7th here last year, so he always runs good here at Atlanta, has the last couple of years.
From Busch, let's go back 1.4 seconds to Brad Keselowski.
And we said earlier, Jeff and I were looking at his telemetry on what we got over here, and he had a really good car at the end of the long run there earlier.
2.2 seconds off the lead, the king of the mile-and-a-half tracks last year, and the series champion, MTJ, Martin Truex Jr.
And we saw he really wore the tires out at the end of that last run. I'm just worried if he didn't learn something from the beginning of the race and how slow that pace was at the beginning of the run, and then he drove to the front.
Kyle Larson has been on everybody's favorite list this week, Vince.
Yeah, and you saw Larson there on the bottom. You know, he's known more as a rim rider, somebody that's going to make his hay up top, but they said they ran second to Kevin Harvick last year, and Harvick was a bottom feeder, so they were going to try to be real disciplined today and stay on that yellow line. Right now, Larson says the car's a little too loose for his liking, but he's been able to move his way up inside the top 5.
A little more than half a second behind him comes Kyle Busch, our pole sitter.
And definitely somebody not going to the bottom on that yellow line. He's been up top all race long and making it work pretty well.
Yeah, Harvick told us that this 18 car was really good around the top, and he has stuck to it.
Busch's teammate Denny Hamlin running in 6th, 4.5 seconds back. And now in 7th place after restarting 19th comes Kevin Harvick. Matt?
Mike, to put a period on the issues with the pit equipment here in the 4 pit, the team changed out the nitrogen bottle because of the loss of nitrogen when the hose broke. They really weren't quite sure how much had escaped, so safety precaution, they swapped that out. And also they took the camera off of the helmet of Eric Maycroft, the tire changer. Cheddar Bob Smith, the car chief, and the engineer Billy Keebler looked at it just to double check he'd gotten the lugs. They weren't 100% sure. Better safe than sorry. That's why they brought him back.
Thanks, Matt. Let's pick up that top 10 behind Harvick. Clint Boyer, about 1.5 seconds back of Harvick. Another of his teammates. In fact, all the Stuart Haas cars in the top 10. Joey Logano for Team Penske in 9th. 8 seconds off the lead. And Eric Almirola rounds out the top 10.
A lot of blue ovals in that top 10.
30 complete in stage 2, which will end at lap 170. beverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven. Rain this morning, a late start, but here we are, 119 laps in. Kurt Busch is your leader. Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex, and Kevin Harvick, who restarted last car on the lead lap, now up to fourth.
You see that 2 car, Brad Keselowski just creeping into our picture to get up there with the 41 of Kurt Busch, and of course this guy. I mean, my goodness, how good is that 4 car, Kevin Harvick?
Let's listen in on Martin Truex and company. So Truex to fourth now, 2.5 seconds back. Casey Kane, unscheduled pit stop as Brad Keselowski draws in on Kurt Busch.
Mike, I think you got to use it. You just can't abuse it. I mean, if you take it easy on the tires, you're not going to be able to get up there and lead the race. So I think you got to get up there and give it a bit of a go, but don't abuse the tires. I think, Mike, I've been here. I've been like Kevin Hart. I've been here when I'm a league of my own, and now I've been here. I've been so lost here sometime that Google couldn't even find me. You know, you've been here.
Oh, I absolutely have experienced the same thing. Look at these 2 battling it out. Highline, Kurt Busch. Look at that momentum off the top. That's why you want to run the top. It gives you all that momentum down the straightaway. It's a bigger lane. Oh, look at this, how the 41 of Kurt Busch moves down in front of the 2 of Keselowski to block that bottom lane.
Lap car ahead, and look who's coming. We're going to go Harvicking here in a minute. That's Casey Kane passing Harvick because Kane has brand new tires.
Yeah.
And look at how much faster he is for a couple of laps. He's trying to get one of his laps back right now.
It's like he's turbocharged. He's just driving right on past. Look at that.
Casey Kane's telemetry, new tires. He was 3 down, now 2 laps down. Harvick going for second against Brad K.
I think they just see Harvick come, they just give up. Go on. I know you're going to pass me, just go on.
For the lead, side by side, 3 wide for the lead.
Oh, now.
Wow.
Clear high inside.
Cole Witt
3 wide top.
in the 72.
3 wide top.
That's when you say, hold your line, hold your line.
And you can see that because Harvick has gotten to the inside of the 2 of Keselowski, it's forced him to run this higher line. That's going to allow Harvick to go right on by.
Or Cole Witt. What do you do when you look in your mirror and they're 3 wide for the lead right behind you?
Hold your line, hold your line.
And right now the 41 of Kurt Busch is saying, didn't he start at the back?
Yeah. Now Kyle Larson has come to pit road. Vince?
Well, at times they have fought tight, but right now it is just crazy loose for Kyle Larson. He had made his way up to fourth, but then lost a couple of spots. They weren't going to wait any longer. They brought Larson in. It's a chassis adjustment for Larson and 4 tires for the 42.
Martin Truex Jr. coming as well. And soon we'll see all the leaders in because new tires are 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than worn ones. Joey Logano in, Ricky Stenhouse. Here's Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr., his team has been on it today going over the wall. He's been loose and tight, just can't exactly get a handle on it as they work the right side of the race car. They'll make some adjustments. Vince?
And the 12 of Ryan Blaney said it's just been too tight in the middle and he needs help on entry. He comes from the 15th position on that pit stop. 4 tires and air pressure for the 12, and there's his teammate, the 22.
Denny Hamlin in as well. Matt.
A water bottle and a clean windshield, a tear off the 11 for Denny Hamlin coming around to the left side. Each stop today, he says the car has just gotten more free and more free. Air pressure change, each stop, nice smooth thing.
Almirola, Suarez, Dillon, Menard in. And here comes Harvick as the leader. Jimmy Johnson in as well. Brad Keselowski follows Harvick in. So does Kurt Busch and everybody. Matt.
Eric Maycock carried his tire over to the right front. You can see the light is on his camera. He comes around the left side. Solid stop by these guys trying to recover. Meanwhile, the two of Brad Keselowski's in. His car much looser. Jamie.
And Kurt Busch led 25 laps. The early car has been pretty solid. A 4-tire stop for the 41.
Chase Elliott, Eric Jones in, and more as Kyle Busch picks up the lead. But now Kyle's lap times right now are 2.9 seconds slower than at the start of this run.
Yeah, he's going to take the lead for a very short period of time.
There's not a lot to be gained right now by staying out. You're just going to lose a lot of time.
Vince?
The 43 of Bubba Wallace, he'd been a lap down. The car's just been too tight. They've been fighting it all day long. They took a spring rubber out on that last stop but lost some track position. Just haven't been able to find the balance right now. 4-tire change and a chassis adjustment for the 43 of Bubba Wallace.
Kyle Busch lapping David Reagan, who's making his 400th start in the Cup Series today. The Georgia driver.
And we had seen where Kyle Larson was one of the first cars on pit road with 4 fresh tires, and he had a lot of grip and speed when he first got out there, but this is just after a few laps. You already saw Harvick and Keselowski go right by him.
The good news for Kyle Busch, he's got a lap on the field. The bad news, they're flying.
Well, if the caution were to come out, in these first 4 or 5 laps, it looks like he's coming now. It actually would have benefited him because they may have all needed to come in also.
Looked a little hot.
Such a tough pit road to get to.
He's one of the best, though, when it comes to getting on pit road. That's him doing a lot.
So Kyle Busch is still the leader. Harvick midway down the backstretch. We'll see when they come out. Jamie.
Kyle Busch has not been able to use his track bar adjuster in the car. There's been a problem with the connection. They're going to need to fix it before the end of the race. They filled him up with fuel, a 4-tire stop, and no adjustments for the 18.
Showing a little smoke there at the right front, as Harvick did when he made his stop. And I believe staying out is going to be costly for Kyle Busch. Those extra laps he ran on worn tires are going to put him well back. Kevin Harvick is the new leader. Keselowski, Larson, Kurt Busch, and Truex. 131 complete.
Owners and lessees of an eligible vehicle get this low-mileage lease on this 2025 Lyriq Luxury One for around $499 per month.
Pack your summer with wild fun at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. Awaken wonder at the all-new Wild Oasis and enjoy spectacular new shows from day to night. Summer at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. Save up to 55% on tickets, fun cards, and passes during our 4th of July sale. Hurry, offer ends soon.
Harvick is our leader. He is 0.9 of a second ahead of Brad Keselowski after green flag pit stops for 4 tires. There you see the rundown. We'll look back through with, there's Brad in second, 1 second back. Kurt Busch 2.7 seconds off the lead in third. Kyle Larson was one of the first to stop he was the first to stop under this sequence, 4 seconds back. And Mark Truex Jr., who started at the back today, 5.6 off the lead. Denny Hamlin, 7 seconds back of the leader. And then a good battle for 7th. Clint Bowyer and Kyle Busch. Now, Kyle Busch taking 7th from Bowyer is 11.4 seconds back. Prior to pit stops, he was in 6th. He was 4.3 seconds back of the leader. So running those extra laps before making his stop cost him about 7 seconds total.
And the only thing I can guess is that they stayed out a little bit longer. We know sets of tires could be a limiting factor here today in this race, so I'm trying to manage that. But also, if the caution had come out, and even though those others had just come to pit road, if you put 1, 2, 3 laps on your tires, you're going to be giving up a lot if that caution were to come out, and you're probably going to have to come back down pit road.
So Clint Bowyer 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Eric Almirola in the top 10 still.
So, Larry, is this Suarez doing a great job today? Is this a point where you start running the race a little bit backwards? Maybe you want to stay out and get an extra lap or 2 of fuel, gas, tires, whatever?
Yeah, I just think staying out this early in the race, even a lap or 2, you just lose so much ground.
Ricky Stenhouse 12th, Austin Dillon 13th. He is 22 seconds back, half a second up on Chase Elliott. And then Ryan Blaney. Blaney overcoming a penalty on the end of stage 1 pit stops where his crew was over the wall too soon. There were also penalties on Eric Jones and Alex Bowman on that caution flag stop. Paul Menard in 16th. And then you'll see Jones and Bowman, who had similar penalties. Jones ran over an air hose, and Alex Bowman was too fast entering pit road back at the end of stage 1. Jamie Mack 1 lap down. Jimmy Johnson is the last car on the lead lap, 32.5 seconds back. 19 lead lap cars at lap 142. Let's go to Larry for a closer look at setups today with a Ford Performance car.
You know, Mike, we talk about the compound of tires and the grip of tires, and Goodyear would love to give the drivers as much grip as possible, but they also know they do things with camber, with setup, that really works on this inside shoulder of the right side tire. So what they have done here at Atlanta, they run a multi-zone right side tire. That inside 2 inches, the red right there, that's a harder compound. That's where the tire takes abuse. And then this outer 10 inches, it's a little softer compound. That's where they get the real grip from. And honestly, I was talking to Greg Stucker, engineer with Goodyear, and he said this comes from pasture car technology on an all-season, all-weather tire, just kind of done in a little different fashion.
Camber makes the car cut. So you want to put as much camber as you can, but we were having trouble with the inside of tires when they do that, blowing the tire out. But Goodyear came up with this multi-zone tire, and it's really been a real lifesaver for everybody.
Sure has. Now, Jimmy Johnson has gone 1 lap down to the race leader, and you saw William Byron there in the picture in the 24, now 2 laps down. As second place Brad Keselowski tries to get past the 2 Hendrick cars. Wow. There's the running order for Team Hendrick, and Chad Knaus, we were talking in our meeting this morning, our Fox meeting, reminded our pit reporters that this car, this Camaro, is an infant. It's only in its 2nd race in the Cup Series. The teams are still learning about this body and about the aerodynamics and what this car wants.
Yeah, and there's always exceptions, and I think that would be Kyle Larson. He's got a Chevrolet up there in the top 5, but he runs pretty good here, no matter what car he's in.
Kevin Harvick out front by 2 seconds. A brand new Xfinity store opened in Atlanta this week. Race fans found how they could experience X1 and Xfinity can change the NASCAR. Xfinity race, the Renai 250 here at Atlanta, was won by Kevin Harvick in a thoroughly dominating send them all to school performance. And he's putting one on here. Harvick has led 89 laps of the 151 and currently leads Brad Keselowski by 2.6 seconds. Keselowski second, Kurt Busch in third. And the first Chevrolet in the race is Kyle Larson in fourth place, 8 seconds off the lead. That's the all-new Camaro ZL1. Five-time Atlanta winner Jeff Gordon took the street version for a twirl around the mile and a half here.
All right, Atlanta Motor Speedway this weekend. What a track this is. This is an amazing mile-and-a-half racetrack. It's wide, it's fast. Coming down the front straightaway here, double dogleg, which makes this track pretty unique. And you're going to see some guys really paint this yellow line. Same thing down in turns 3 and 4. Really difficult skill set that it takes to get that yellow line and hit it consistently every lap. One of the most difficult pit roads to get to on the circuit here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. You're going to get on the brakes, but you got to be careful. The tires are going to lock up, heavy on the brake, downshift to third, downshift to second, get to pit road speed without locking up the tires and without speeding down pit road.
Post that red Camaro, too fast entering.
It's easy to do.
You know, Mike, I was thinking about something. I know the 42 bunch, Larson said they were going to be disciplined and ride the bottom today. And that's not his style. We all know he likes that high line up next to the wall. But you know what? Kevin Harvick didn't develop his style here overnight. It took a lot of years, a lot of practice. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to run this race, run the bottom, and learn what you can learn.
And you just saw he learned something right there. He tried to get to the yellow line. Actually, the back end stepped out on him. It's a lot more than just being disciplined to drive that part of the racetrack. It's also how do you set the car up to run that part of the racetrack.
Yeah, I just think it's good long-term planning. We're going to run the bottom. Whatever we do wrong today, we'll correct the next time we come back.
10th place as they pull down on Bubba Wallace, the Daytona runner-up, who is 2 laps down. And that gives Almirola a little room to hold off Suarez. We've had an incident-free race so far. Only one car got up into the wall. That was Ryan Newman under green. There was no caution. He was one of our computer Bernie's top 10 picks. The other 9 of Bernie's top 10 are in the top 12 at 156 laps. Bernie is Bert and Ernie's computer. They couldn't think of an original name for it, so we call it Bernie. Actually, they need a new computer. That's all there is to it, but other than Newman...
What's wrong with that one? I got one just like it.
Oh, I believe it. Dial-up modem, too, right?
That's right.
The Bernie's top 10 are all running in the top 12 except Newman, who's been into the wall. But looked great up until then. Let's check up on 8th place Clint Boyer, Matt.
Slowly on the move is spotter Brett Griffin, noting that he can feel that the temperature, the ambient temperature, is slowly starting to drop, and he's cheering on Boyer. They feel like they can get up to possibly 6 before this stage ends because Boyer's car is on the move. They did make an air pressure change, significant change in that right rear because the track definitely changing.
Jimmy Johnson spins off turn 2. Caution.
No caution in there. Caution's out.
Lap 159. Jimmy just...
Did you just take over Larry's role from last year?
Because I said incident-free, and here we are. And
well, that was incident-free.
Sorry,
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Spun out.
He was running 19th. 1 lap down.
I see a lot of debris flying off the car from the tires.
Now that looks like it might have been a tire. He was really, really loose. I could see him fighting the car as we had him in some shots earlier. But the way that snapped around...
Could be the right rear.
I mean, the right rear's certainly down now because of that slide locking up the tires. Boy, that's odd to see it snap around that quick for a 7-time champion and Jimmy Johnson.
Well, we listened in.
Wait for front came apart, just ripped the right front off the car.
Sorry, folks. Looks like the Wi-Fi is down.
Oh, great. What am I going to do for the next 5 hours? Play the new puzzle game, Royal Kingdom. It's the perfect way to pass time on long flights. There's no Wi-Fi. The game's not going to work. Relax. Royal Kingdom doesn't need Wi-Fi. Does it? No. It should be cool. Yeah, it's a cool game. Well, I'm sure it is, but I will pass on all those annoying ads, thank you. Oh, you think it has ads? You're hilarious. Wait, it doesn't have ads? No! But I can't download it because there's no Wi-Fi. You know what? Until then, I'm going to let you watch me play. Aw, thank you. I'd rather read the emergency instructions. All right. Give me that. That's really rude. I know. Oh, wow. Can I have my phone back? I just got you to a new level.
Great news, folks. The Wi-Fi is back online.
See? Look at that. You can download it onto your phone now. I'm killing it. Well, kill it on your own phone. No. Download it. I'm in the middle of something. All right. You want me to put it on your phone? Give me your phone. Do what you got to do. Oh, my God. I don't want to get aggressive with you. Download Royal Kingdom. And join us today.
Welcome to AMH. Welcome to a shopping experience where you can rent a home on your own terms, where you can let yourself in to tour homes on your own schedule without a leasing agent present. Welcome to a leasing experience where it's possible to apply and sign your new lease in just a few days, where you can pay your bills and maintain your home online. Welcome to a resident experience where you can enjoy single-family, pet-friendly living with the support and convenience you can count on. Welcome to AMH, where you can live mortgage-free so you can focus on what really matters. Welcome home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
think
pretty
that
heavy
was
damage.
actually after the incident, after he spun and then the tires, were down. I think then it tore up the right front.
You saw the fan, Jimmy Johnson fan, Pennsylvania. They just found out he was on TV. Now he's happy now. Just learned he was on TV. All right, high fives all around. Except his guys in the pits with a broken car.
It's okay.
Worried about him.
It's okay. He's on TV. It's a win-win.
159 laps complete. Pit road will open. Third caution of the day, but the first one for an incident. Jimmy Johnson losing a right front tire, spinning in turn 2. Johnson on a winless streak of 24 races, tied for the longest of his career. Pit road's open, Matt.
And Brad Keselowski, the first stall off turn 4. Paul Wolf loves pitting down there, helps them on exit. No juking going down pit road. A tear off the front of the 4 of Harvick. Keselowski said he'd been working the track bar. Did not help. The car still on the free side. Jamie Harvick says his car is still solidly great.
And Kurt Busch in the 41 said he was a little bit loose with that set of tires, but they said, let's do more stickers here. The car's been good. He's led 25 laps today. Mike?
Adjustment for Kyle Larson, and he rolls out. We notice a lot of different strategies here. Some front tire changers carry their own tire. We saw Keselowski where a tire carrier carried both. And why is Martin Truex still sitting there? We'll find out when we come back as Brad Keselowski wins the race off pit road from Kevin Harvick.
Throughout the season, Ford will be searching for the most passionate NASCAR fans to become the first ever inductees into the Ford Hall of Fans. To learn more, go to NASCAR.com/Ford.
You see 16 cars taking the wave around. Problems on Martin Truex's pit stop on the right rear. The tire changer could not get the all 5 lug nuts on tight before the jack dropped, and that's when the wheel was cocked. You see the wheel coming off. Not sure if it was a human or an air gun malfunction. He's calling it back to raise it up because he can't get those 5 lugs tight.
The tire was actually cocked when he let it down, and what happens is that if that wheel's not right up against the hub, then it's going to come loose eventually.
Yeah, had to take the weight off that right rear so he could tighten it up straight.
They're saying it was a malfunction of the air gun on the right rear of Martin Truex's car. Keselowski, Harvick, with again the leader taking the inside of row 1. Kurt Busch, Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Suarez, Logano, Larson, Almirola, Boyer, the top 10. 17 lead lap cars back to Paul Menard, who got the free pass.
Harvick cannot even stop. He didn't even take off.
I think it's the toughest position on a restart to be in. That outside car in the second position is so easy to over-anticipate and spin the tires, as we saw with Kevin Harvick.
Now he's got to run.
Heard time and time again that the outside lane was terrible.
Looks like Texas.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, Mike. It was terrible.
Tough place to be on restarts. Seven laps to go. 6 now. 6 to go in stage 2. When the caution will wave, the field will freeze. Stage points will be awarded. And most importantly, this race will be official at the end of stage 2.
Everybody going for stage points.
Slicing and dicing.
Last year, Kevin Harvick led the most laps, won both stages, but not the race.
But the fun part about this, they don't have to hold back on those tires. They can run these tires as hard as they want.
And they are. That's a pretty good lap times right now. But you know what, Jeff? You mentioned this earlier. That 2 car is a pretty darn good race car. Long run and short run.
There's Truex flying up through the field in traffic. 15th. Diving to the bottom on Austin Dillon, who hooks the bottom. A sense of urgency. 4 laps to go in stage 2.
Yeah, you're talking about laying some lap times down. 3 of our top 5 just ran their fastest lap of the race. I think it has to do end of stage and the track's cooling down.
Yeah, it's a good bit cooler out there, Larry. The temps have dropped a lot. Got 4 fresh tires on a little heat race here.
Now, Larry, do you think that these crew chiefs and engineers would maybe put a little bit more air pressure in the tires, knowing they just have a short run to get to help the balance, help the speed?
Absolutely no different than they would do for qualifying. Maybe not that much, but just a little bit more.
Keselowski, the Busch brothers, Logano, Harvick, Hamlin, Larson, Almirola. For the first time this weekend in the Xfinity race and the Cup race, somebody's going to win a stage besides Kevin Harvick.
See Ricky Stenhouse trying to get the momentum off that top line. See if he can't get a stage point. That's 10th and 11th. Suarez and Stenhouse. It's all about executing that yellow line. Not quite there.
1 to go. 6 Fords in the top 10. 3 Toyotas and Kyle Larson's Chevrolet.
Let's see if Stenhouse can shoot to the top. Oh, look at Suarez decides to get defensive and take that line away from Ricky Stenhouse.
Not a good move.
Who goes to the bottom?
And Stenhouse can just get to the fender, and he doesn't get it off of turn 2. I was going to say he'd have position at 3 and 4.
Thought that was going to work out for Stenhouse, but it didn't.
Worked out for this guy, though.
Stage 2 winner for Roger Penske, Brad Keselowski. Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, Logano and Harvick the first 5. And there are the stage point earners in stage 2. The man from Michigan, Brad Keselowski, wins stage 2. Well, I have a lot of respect for the folks who predict the weather on race day. Today, I am glad they were wrong. We have an official race. We have passed lap 170 on the end of stage 2. So this race will be official this evening. There is the threat of rain this evening, continuing through tomorrow morning. So hopefully we can get all the way to lap 325 and the conclusion of the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500, where Brad Keselowski has won stage 2 over the Busch brothers, Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick. Here they come to pit road, Matt.
The 2 leads him down. He will stop in his box at the American flag. Paul Wolf bumped up the pressures for that short run. A lot of other teams made notice of that. Tear off the windshield. Hunter Massing and Kyle Power now coming around to the left side to Jamie.
Kurt Busch in the 41, they're going to put a little air pressure in the right rear tire, make a 4-tire stop here. The car has gotten a little bit tight. Kyle Busch was able to fix the connection. He's able to use that track bar adjuster in the car now. A 4-tire stop. His car's been good. He came in fourth.
Kurt Busch wins the race off pit road. Picking up a spot, as does Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick.
We say we reach out to our stage 2 winner. Hey, Brad, Jeff up at the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
10-4. What's going on, Jeff?
Man, just watching somebody other than Kevin Harvick lead some laps and win. Congrats on that Stage 2 win. And I mean, you've seen how good Kevin is here, but you actually won this race a year ago. So what's it going to take to get the win today?
Yeah, it seems like Kevin's really, really strong here every year. I don't know what the secret is, but he deserves a lot of credit for it. But we're fighting pretty hard, too.
How's this for a claim to fame? I was an early investor in PragerU.
Fighting pretty hard, too. We're right there kind of dipping at his heels, and just probably going to keep him honest all day. So I think that's the biggest thing, just keeping him honest.
All right, well, we're having a lot of fun watching what you're doing, and it looks like you've got a car that can work around the racetrack, but, you know, how much better is it around the bottom? Does it save the tires running that bottom groove?
Yeah, maybe a little. It's, I don't know, I got past my Kurt right before this on our side. You seem to keep just chugging along there, Jeff, so, you know, when you think you understand what's going on, the track changes, and it doesn't sing or act the same way, so I'm not entirely sure, but I'm proud to get a stage win with all the Trader Ford, that's for sure.
Yeah, congrats. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
10-4. Appreciate it, guys.
Austin Dillon had a lengthy stop because something put a hole in the nose of his race car. Brad Keselowski, Stage 2 winner. Getting ready to restart in Atlanta. The race is official.
Wait, we're at Atlanta?
your son. My prayer is that they would call out to him right now.
Right, Anna. I put the one. See, we're gonna watch Anna next week, cause I don't want this video being too long. Okay? Let's do one video in here.